Hello everyone, Cienter here, and welcome to my Guild Wars stream. So, do I actually have my volume where I want it? No, it's actually down a little bit from where I typically have it. Okay, that probably does not affect you because it's the volume of my speakers, not the volume that the stream captures, but never mind that. So, we're going to be beginning the Eye of the North slow playthrough today. That'll be being done on Rex Templarus here, my Prophecies character for the Prophecies slow playthrough. Be the one to go to the Eye of the North. None of the other characters are going to be doing slow playthrough stuff up there because there aren't choices that it makes sense to do it that with. A couple of things. Well, let's just go ahead and hop on this guy. A couple of things just to deal with at the start. So we'll be grabbing this quest, What Lies Beneath, shortly. However, there is the matter of skills. So I'll be playing through this with a couple of restrictions. One of the first ones is that I'm not going to be accessing my Shunlai storage account, which means I probably need to spend a little bit of time clearing out some of this inventory, because I have a rather large supply of Ampha nonsense that I've apparently accumulated. Wow, okay, it's a furious mod there. Yeah, we're going to be working with a tight inventory here because of a lot of materials and stuff that'll be hanging on to and all that sort of good stuff. But I need to clear out a bunch of these things. So let's go do that while we discuss some of the rest of what's going on. So I'm only going to have at most 3 heroes. Obviously, this character does not have any heroes yet, so because he's not done anything in good old Ilona. I don't know why I think I'm going that direction. I need to go over to Angel here. Angel will be able to allow me to check to see if there's anything I need to get out of these. Brawlers is not blessed. 200 is not bad. That's good. Yeah, okay. Let's grab the attunement rune first because it's worth slightly more. Okay, I do get to do both. Hey, Fear. Good to see ya. So, a couple of orders of business also. Last stream I did sort of a prologue to this one by playing through Sorrow's Furnace area. So I'm definitely going to be referencing stuff from that. For those who are unfamiliar, Sorrow's Furnace was a piece of content. Actually, I can just show you the area on the map. Okay, this guy did not go to the area, but over here there's the Deldrimmer War Camp and Grunt's Footprint, and Sorrow's Furnace is right in this area, and a bunch of characters that show up there show up here, show up in Eye of the North, and a lot of it's based on Eye of the North. Yeah, the VOD is up on the YouTube channel, so for those who may want to check it out later, you can find my YouTube channel there. If you're watching the VOD of this, you're already on the YouTube channel, so yeah, you should be able to find it in the Stream VODs thing playlist. It's also going to be part 0 of the Eye of the North playlist, labeled the Prologue. So there's a couple of other things I did there too. I showed you getting to Eye of the North from Ilona and Cantha, as well as Gwen's story in the Flight North. So that covers some stuff that we'll be seeing coming up here. Okay, I've cleared out my inventory. So yeah, no more than 3 heroes, not using account support, so that's no mercenary heroes, no Shunlai, no slash bonus is notable. No Shunlai is the really impactful one. Also, let's see, I need to talk to Len Cauldron. I'll be trying to do most quests. I've thought about it some. I'm going to try to do, most of the dungeons. Probably I'm going to need to, by necessity, kind of skip over Slaver's Exile, because that one, I don't want to try doing that one with henchmen. I don't want to try doing, that one is, that one's a rough one. But there's also the matter of skills that heroes will have access to. So my account has all skills unlocked. So that means that it's not very restrictive in terms of what I can do with heroes. So I have this program that has a wide variety of functionalities. but it has this thing here called the Skill Booster League. And this league allows me to have a limited selection of skills available to me. So I have some stuff figured out. I did some playtest stuff. So I get an Eye of the North expansion pack whenever I turn in a Monumental Tapestry for 25 randomly selected Eye of the North skills. And then I'm also going to have like packs for each hero. So for example, when I get, say, Ogden, I'll get an Ogden pack. And that'll give me access to some skills. And then there's also just going to be a baseline for each world region that I've kind of stepped foot in. So we have some Prophecies packs that I'll need to be getting. We have Ascalon, the Shiverpeaks. I'm counting both north and south as one world region. The Shiverpeaks, Kryta, Maguma, the Crystal Desert. So this is 5 so far. And then a 6th for the Ring of Fire. So that means I need 6 Prophecies packs. This is going to be a giant pile of skills here. We'll also be getting like 3 factions ones, I think. So Prophecies General, and that was 6. This is going to ding at us. Okay, add 6 boosters. Well, here we are. Here's our initial batch of Prophecy skills. Let's give ourselves a standard sort so we can see what the heck is going on here. So we got a bunch of warrior stuff as expected. This guy's obviously going to start off with a higher percentage, but we're also going into hard areas. So that's kind of what I would anticipate. And is not going to get as many influxes of skills as we go. This is going to be kind of different. That's a lot of Bull's Charge. Just saying, I'm not thrilled about having 3 copies of Bull's Charge. I ain't going to use more than 1. Same with Defy Pain. That's absorbed a lot of slots. Gladiator's defense is cool, but is Wild Blow going to be useful? It's useful in Cantha, and it's useful in Ilona. I don't know that it's that useful in Eye of the North. What do I get for swordsmanship? Okay, this is... Yeah, because... Anyway, thinking about the order of words. I've got decent variety in swordsmanship. And a riposte, which is nice. Let's see. A couple E-surges and an aptitude, so I'm set on mesmer stuff that way. I also have fever dreams and a bunch of fever dreams and fragility. A couple of mantra of recalls, which might be useful for monk builds. Or others. I mean, this is a form of energy management, right? So is channeling. Channeling is actually really good for dervishes. If you've never used channeling on a dervish, you cast a lot of spells, and you are in melee range, so it's really good there. Signet of Midnight, not a skill I'm likely to be using, nor is illusionary weaponry. Wow, that's a lot of incendiary arrows. Alright, practice stance. Apply poison is potentially useful in a bunch of different ones. This is where things are going to matter. Okay. Divine Boon. Divine Healing is really nice to see. Contemplation of Purity. Peace and Harmony is good. Oh, I don't have any Healing Prayers elites right now. I do have Dwayne's Kiss, which is good. We'll see what else I get. Restore Conditions is really a nice skill as well. I do have BIP and Blood Ritual, so I'm good in that regard. Ooh, Offering of Blood is also potentially usable on monks. Order of the Vampire is not likely to get used. Let's see. War of the Lich is a good choice, though, to have available. That's nice. Plague Sending, Enfeebling Blood. Glimmering Mark. Okay, I've got some decent air... Yeah. Okay, Air Magic is good. Yeah, Air Magic is pretty solid. Earth Magic is less... Okay, I do have an Elemental Attunement. That's useful. Lots of Glyphs of Energy. Of course, I don't have any Assassin or Ritualist stuff. Like, this is going to be heavily weighted on the core professions. Did I not get, though... Yeah, it would be before Earthquake. So I don't have Earth Attunement. No, this is only affects heroes. This doesn't affect my builds. Okay, I do have a couple water attunements. Renewal is a spicy choice. And no fire attunement, which is fine. I typically build certain heroes certain ways. Okay, so I am going to dip my nose into into Cantha just to see how many skills I get from here. I think he technically has Commodon, but I'm not going to add any Nightfall skills. He's like dipped his nose into Commodon. Okay, so I think, yeah, has not touched Xingje Island, so that means we have the city, the Jade Sea, and the Echowold Forest. He technically has stepped a bit of foot in the Jade Sea, so I'm going to go ahead and give him 3 factions packs as well. Factions General, give me a 3. Add 3 of those. Okay, let's see what things we got here. So they're going to be at the end after Resurrection. Oh goodness, this is chaotic sorting though. So we got some assassin stuff. Okay, here's some of those Earth attunements that we did not get previously. So that may or may not be useful. Spirit Rifts. Crippling Dagger is potentially usable on like a dervish or a warrior or something. Vengeful Weapon. Signet of Rejuvenation is a really clutch pickup. That one's very useful. Tonight's Prison is not as exciting. That one's fine. That's good pickup. That's a good pickup. Although I don't actually like Spirit Bond very much in normal mode. The threshold that you have to hit for it to trigger just doesn't occur that often in normal mode. Because it you just don't take that many hits above 50, and the AI tends to spam it like crazy and just wreck their energy. I don't think it's the worst skill in normal mode as a player, but I would be extremely hesitant to give this to the AI. Earthbind, Auspicious Incantation, yeah, Word of Censure is not terribly exciting. Spirit Light's really useful if I want to try to make a healer, although that may happen relatively early. We'll see. Tonight's Heat, not terribly exciting. Extinguish can be very useful. Wild Strike is good. Breath of Fire. Spirit Light's a solid option as well. Healing Burst is an incredibly valuable pickup because I didn't have any healing prayers, and this is like one of my favorite healing prayers spells. So, Soulbind, Defiant with Zenrays, Beguiling Haze is a sweet elite. Scanning through all of these here, just seeing what I got. Heart of Shadows good. Spirit Walk might be useful in some areas. Revealed Enchantment. Power Return is a really nice pickup. And there's the Fire Attunement as well that I needed, so I think I'm set on attunements. Which is nice. Ether Signet can be used. I really like Deny Hexes, so I'm glad to see that one show up. Mobius is a good one. Boon Signet's alright. I think that the skill is not amazing, but I do think it's usable. Dark Escape has got some popularity. Spoil of Victory is kind of neat. Forceful Blow is good for Hammer, if I'm going to do anything on that with that on hero. Distracting Shot's a really important pickup, actually. Weapon of Warding is good. Iron Palm is useful. I'm not likely to use Rebirth. Energy Tap is a really useful pickup, actually. So is Energy Drain. Unseen Fury is actually really good if there's a lot of blocking going on. Or just increased durability on a melee attacker. Soul Twist is not amazing without spirits to go with it, so... okay, Standard Sort. Yeah, so I don't really... There's not really a Soul Twist build here. You're not Soul Twisting life, for example. Although I got Cowlie and Spirit Light Weapon. There's definitely a decent restoration bar floating around in here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and save this league as Rex. It is saved. Okay, so this is going to influence what builds I make with heroes. Obviously, I don't get things like Glimmer of Light or Word of Healing right now, and I'm not going to get them because this is, like, Eye of the North will not add any elites to this pool. It'll add some Eye of the North skills, but this is kind of like the baseline that I have to work from. So it seems like I have a lot of skills available to me right off the bat, and to some extent I do, and I know we spent a lot of time looking at them. But it's going to be one of those things where that restriction, like the restrictions on that set, is going to start mattering. Okay, so let's grab a few henchmen for what we're about to do. And how about Reyna? Stephan's not bad, but these guys are all level 10, so... Okay, so let's make our way to the Eye of the North. Len Cauldron has a quest for us. He says, "Did you feel the earth shake, Rex Templarus? I was working my fields when the ground began to quake furiously, sort of like my wife does when I leave my dirty socks on the dining room table. Why would you do that? Suddenly, the dirt around me swelled up and collapsed, leaving a giant crevasse in its place. I thought I heard voices, so I looked inside for survivors, but I couldn't make out any faces, but swear I saw shapes moving in the dust-filled darkness. I ran as fast as I could. Please, you must go. You must go back and investigate this catastrophe." "I'll investigate this crevasse, farmer." Socks? I'm just gonna call your bluff on the socks thing. Okay. Well, let's go see what lies beneath. I'll go ahead and stick with this bar for the moment. That's the Villainy of Galrath quest, if you're wondering what First Watch Sergio has. Ooh, it's a GVG bonus week. Well then, let's head out to North Krita Province and make our way to the Eye of the North. This is going to be exciting. We're going to leave Mox here. I feel like Mox should be acquired like post Eye of the North more from a narrative standpoint. It just feels a little narrative early to be picking him up, so... And he came out in a separate update, so I'm not going to be grabbing him right now. Ah, yes. Applying all of my enchantments gets me 8 more damage, because it raises my attributes by 3. Nothing like Elementalist for boosting your attributes. Oh, yep. And Scout Melthoran dropped by. Hey, Mana Guy. Welcome. You just missed me grabbing a bunch of skills for the what heroes are going to have access to. Okay, well, let's go step into our crevasse. Scout Melthoran, you'll have to hang out here. Here's the crevasse. It's all shaky and stuff. Let's go see what's inside. Before you is a massive crack leading into subterranean depths. Well, let's explore the crevasse. Your entire party is about to be moved to the next area. Yes, the henchmen are ready. Beneath Lion's Arch. Here we are. So I've got my Defensive Earth Staff of Defense. Help empower me. Okay, so we're in kind of a section here. Ground, there are some Hellhounds and a Hellhound Keeper, which makes sense. There's a lot of undead in the general area. The closed door over there. I do more damage to these things if I was fire. These guys are super weak to fire. Okay, the Hellhound Keeper clearly needs to go. All of y'all Elementalist players that watch the stream, now you get to watch me play Elementalist. Okay, well, apparently that Hellhound wants to go join the other one. Well, hopefully you're able to catch the VOD later. That as well. Okay. Yeah, take an earthquake. No, I need to change my mindset to watching for certain things here. Just saw the ping before you closed the chat. Ooh, we got some grasping ghouls. They do like to show up here. Yeah, give me them dead bows. Okay, and now we enter into this hall. This big old hallway. Let's see. So each of these paths, depending upon which campaign you come from, do enter into this hall from a different direction. So if you watched the end of the last stream where I came here from Cantha and Eye of... Wow, those guys took a lot of damage from that. And Eye of the North, you'll... Or Cantha and Ilona. I think one comes out there, one comes out over here, and then one comes out like over in the middle somewhere. I don't remember exactly, but they come out in slightly different places, or come from slightly different places to come out to the same main hall. Cool glasswork. This feels very factions to me. Yeah, so that way is where you come out if you're coming from Ilona. Opposite, I think that's Abaddon concept art. Could be wrong on that. And then of course we have our giant golden statue to Melandri over there. We'll look at it in just a moment, but we got some undead right now causing us problems. Although, thankfully, I don't need to worry about blind and other accuracy impairing effects on account of not auto-attacking that much. Yeah, there's our active statue of Melandri. That's it. This is probably an inopportune moment to check this. I was gonna say check and test, and it came out as chest, and I'm like, wait, that's not what I meant. Is this like a proper... No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, it looks like we need to go this way. So we will go this way. So here we have someone named Coden, and here we have someone named Burl Ironfist. And we've got a couple of allies. An Ogden Stone Healer and a Vec have joined our party. One's a monk and another's an elementalist. What do you say, Burl? Do you say anything?
What news of the war?
Great Dwarf protect us, and apparently there's a war going on that we need some news on. I mean, I've got Earthquake on my bar, right? I'm a Geomancer. I should probably feel pretty comfortable with an Earthquake.
News of the war?
And I'm about to walk into a cutscene. Let's hide my face.
All right, you lot, pick up the pace. Take all the kegs you can. We're going to need them. And find Vec. We need him to open the gate out of here.
What's going on?
Where did you come from?
Are those explosives? There's a city above us.
I know there's a... Hang on. Vec, there you are.
We've got trouble, Ogden.
You get the gate working. We'll handle the trouble.
It's not that easy. The destroyers have completely overrun the central transfer chamber.
Blast! If the chamber is captured, there's no way back.
Wait. The quakes have opened up other passages. There should be another way out.
The book is right. There is another gate not far from here, but the destroyers are right behind me.
You'd best be coming with us. If we're split up, the destroyers will eat us alive.
What are these destroyers? For that matter, what are you?
Me? Right now, I'm your best hope of getting out of here alive, Fuka.
We can chat later. We're going to need your help if we're going to reach that gate. Everyone, ready to move out! There are destroyers coming! Never mind, they're here!
Well, this is very in media res, isn't it? Looks like there's nowhere to go that way. What do you say?
There is much to do.
The destroyers are near. We have no choice but to quickly flee to the Asura gate. Notice that they show pings. There's a bunch of destroyers over there. That's cool looking. It plays the Eye of the North title song. And let's not hang out here, shall we? There's Borvarel, Coden, Burl, Ironfist, Vec, and Ogden running ahead of us. And now we have a fleeing sequence. This armor is Pyromancer's, by the way, so it gives me additional armor against Pyromancy. Or against fire damage. It's also infused. So, structurally, Eye of the North was designed to serve as a bit of a bridge between the 3 Guild Wars campaigns and Guild Wars 2. So it introduces a lot of stuff and does a lot of things to try to move us in that direction with what the state of the world that they wanted to have in Guild Wars 2 was. Now, that means that there's a lot of stuff that they kind of introduced that theoretically we might have been able to see earlier, but it's just how it works. They had to throw stuff in order to be able to kind of get the world moved in the direction they wanted it to kind of be moved in. We've got some cool tapestries over there from a piece of concept art broken up into a few pieces. ArenaNet has some really good concept artists. And they like to make use of the concept art in the game, which I think is a good use of it. So as we get over here, they have some lines that are like popping up and kind of disappearing. But they basically are telling us, go into the swirling purple portal. If I had been a little bit closer, we might have seen some of their dialogue, but I've been kind of looking around. Okay, well, let's go through this portal. Into the north.
Vec, disable that gate. Everyone else, set up a perimeter.
Where are we?
The Far Shiverpeaks. More importantly, we're away from the destroyers.
There are few dwarves up here. Mostly scouts or Stone Summit exiles. Hold on. No one move.
What's wrong?
They're called the Norn. They're big, tough, and very, very bad-tempered. We may have to fight our way out.
Your friend is half right. Not many dwarves come up here. Or humans, for that matter.
There are humans up here, then?
Yes. If you survive long enough, you may meet them. But do not worry. You don't have to fight me. I am hunting bigger prey than you.
Where do we go from here, Ogden?
We go the only way we can go. Forward.
I mean, that's what happens when you blow up your only other option. Okay, so we have added some heroes. Vec. Vec is young by Asuran standards, but is unequaled in his knowledge of the Asura Gate network. He is skilled with magic and more than willing to risk his life, and yours, to keep his people safe. And we also will be getting Ogden Stonehealer. Ogden is a follower of the Great Dwarf. He has studied the ancient prophecies of the end times of his people, and believes the apocalyptic battle between the Great Dwarf and the Great Destroyer draws near. A capable monk, devoted to the core, he is determined to see the Destroyer threat eliminated at all costs. Okay, so this follows up off of some lore that we got in Sorrow's Furnace. Particularly a number of the characters will show back up, but the lore is kind of a continuation of High Priest Alkar's route with the Tome of the Rubicon, and the Great Destroyer and the Great Dwarf conflict. Like, I'm gonna just say it up front, I don't feel that it draws from it especially well, given what's presented to us lore-wise in the Sorrow's Furnace. It particularly talks about the conflict between the Great Destroyer and the Great Dwarf, but also the speaking of the name. The Stone Summit were attempting to summon the Great Destroyer, it feels a little bit to me like they had an idea of what they wanted to do with Guild Wars 2, and they tried to like retcon some Guild Wars 1 lore to kind of float into that. It's my personal opinion, but we'll see what the game does and kind of approach it on its own terms as best we can. We now are a bit north of Yak's Bend, by the way, for those who do not know. Here's Boreal Station, where we are at now. Here's Yak's Bend, where we are, or where we were mini streams ago. Also, chronologically, this game takes place, I think, 7 years after pre-searing, something like that. Takes place somewhere around 7 to 8 years after pre-searing. I forget the exact dates for things. I guess I could look up the timeline on the wiki, but meh. The basic point is that this is a few years later than a lot of stuff that we have previously seen. So this is several years after Sorrow's Furnace. I feel like it comes up a little sudden after what we're trying to do with burying the Tome of the Rubicon and all that. And the other thing is, it's clear that Ogden and Vec. I want to read the location description, but anyway, it's clear to me that Ogden and Vec have been discussing the destroyer, or like have been working with the destroyer issue for quite some time now. Like, it feels very in media res. It feels very like they know what they're trying to do. They know what's going on. And we've just kind of stumbled into their story, as it were, and we will join in and have an active role in it. But it starts off as their story that we come in and join partway through. So that makes me wonder, how long has this destroyer threat actually been going on? And I don't have a really good sense for that. But it's clearly it's been going on for some period of time, based upon the way that these two are discussing things, where they clearly are aware of what's going on in the situation. So we'll talk to them in a moment, but first I want to read the Boreal Station description. So it says, the Norns still refer to Boreal Station as Fyodor's hearthstead. Even though Fyodor is long gone, the Asura emerged from beneath this quiet hunter's home and appropriated it for their own needs, adding a node to their network of gates and transforming the stead into a supply way station. It is muttered among the Norn that old Fyodor is alive somewhere, deep beneath his home, lost in Asura lands, protesting the invasion with a hammer and shield. So, looking around, here we have the gate that Vec blew up. This is a transportation device, similar to like Stargate, I guess. But it's basically a gateway. It seems not to me it seems not terribly unlike the gateways that we get in from Sirmia to Nolani. So if you remember way back in the day, Ruins of Sirmia comes along here, and back in this area right here, there's the ruins of the magic school. And we go inside, we find the Horn Stormcaller, but there's also a floor panel where Prince Rurik is able to activate some magic that opens up a sort of gateway that takes us to the Nolani Academy mission outpost. So it is reminiscent to me of that. Although that human warp technology is never discussed ever again in the entire game, as far as I'm aware. There's also teleportation technology in the Crystal Desert. There's teleporter pads scattered throughout the Crystal Desert, presumably made by the Forgotten, but that technology is not known. There's also Mersat warp gates. So in the Southern Shiverpeaks here, you can find one out in this area, and there's a couple throughout the Far Island chain as well, I think. So warp gate technology is hardly a new concept in the game, but the Asura kind of develop a bit of a monopoly on it from this point forward, for whatever reason. So anyway, let's see what Ogden has to say, shall we? Oh, actually, before I do that, we got a couple of heroes. Let's add our skill packs for getting those heroes before I forget. So we need an Ogden skill pack. So let's add one of those. And let's add a Vec skill pack. Okay. I will scroll down and see what we got. That's new. Okay, so we got Castigation, Signet, Cure Hex, Invert Hexes. There's not entirely sure what you're referring to here, but if you're talking about like the human warp technology, it would be really nice to have again. Healing Ribbon, Infuse. Okay, a lot of these are not super useful outside of Cure Hex and maybe Castigation Signet. I'm not likely to want to use Infuse. Healing Ribbon is alright, but it's fairly expensive. Glowstone, or Glowing Ice is really useful. Magnetic Surge. Shock is actually, and Lightning Touch are actually quite handy. Yeah, the Warp Tech Heroic used. Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like there's a lot of things that they kind of made and then kind of glossed over. Keeping track of all of the different, like, lore and stuff in the game, though, is kind of a big job. As there's just a lot of, like, little things to look at. And as developers, you don't necessarily have time to, like, play through everything extensively to try to keep it in your mind. Particularly as you're moving on to new stuff. So you keep broad strokes, and that's where things like, I think Adelburn kind of, over time, becomes a caricature of himself. I think he's a bit more nuanced to begin with. Okay, so let's just hit up our standard sword again, and we'll worry about what I'm doing with them momentarily. But first, let's talk to Ogden.
Hail and well met.
We must prepare. The end times are coming. Every dwarf must do his duty. What are these destroyers? The destroyers are fiendish creatures from the very heart of the depths. Mindless beings who exist only to destroy life, hence the name. They have already consumed the Asuran homeland and toppled countless civilizations. Should they reach the surface, they will do the same to every living thing. Human, centaur, dwarf, char, everyone. Okay, so it sounds like the destroyers have been active for some time now. I wonder if you could make a case, again, like, assuming the Tome of the Rubicon and the lore about it is accurate, because one of the things that they can do to handwave retconning is to say unreliable narrators abound. So either the Tome of the Rubicon was somehow found and read by the by the Stone Summit, which theoretically is what would activate them, or perhaps the lore that they had about it was incorrect. We'll see if they explain any of that in more detail here as we go on. What should we do? The destroyers are dangerously close to the surface, and we dwarves are too few to keep them contained for long. We must rally together an army of allies to repel the threat and pound these beasts into submission. That warlike Norn, who restrained herself from fighting us, could prove a useful ally for recruiting an army. Okay, this just goes back and forth.
Hail and well met.
Okay, so that's just repeating dialogue. Okay. Vec, what do you got to say?
Interesting.
Trust me, Vec is here to answer all your problems. What are you, anyway? I belong to a powerful race, the Asura. We are gifted spellcasters, golemancers, and mage workers, superior to all races. My people lived in the depths, but were driven to the surface by the destroyers. So much knowledge lost. The bulk of my people now make their homes along the Tarnished coast. What are these gates? Ah, you like them? We travel through the depths with them. It beats having to carve out miles of tunnels, don't you think? They teleport you to a predetermined destination through another Asura gate. Most of them are tuned to the central transfer chamber, but when we lost that, the entire network was compromised. A few gates do not tie back to the chamber, mostly to small backwater places like your homeland. Those are still safe, at least for the moment.
Interesting.
Okay. So one of the other things that you get, actually, speaking of gates, is we now have this Asura gate icon. If you double-click this, it'll take you to Boreal Station, and you get one of those in each of the world regions, which can be useful for getting back to Tyria, since Eye of the North is on the same map. Originally, when Guild Wars 1 came out, the map cut off, like, here, I think. I forget exactly, but it would have cut off here. This area up here was added with the Eye of the North. And there's some maps in here and over here that were added as well that were just blank space previously. Okay, so a couple of different things that we see here. Jolvar Stoneforge, Arcor Leadfoot, and Burl Ironfist are all over there. They have stuff going on. And over here we can see Borvarel is now a merchant, and we have a bunch of henchmen. We have Lena. So these are all Prophecy's henchmen, arranged in a ring. Let's see what their dialogue is, shall we? Lena says, "The first thing you notice about me is that I'm fabulous. The second, that I'm winning. And the third is that you no longer have time to notice anything at all." You're a protection henchman, not a elementalist, but whatever. Hello, Devona. Hail, friend. I'm glad to have you by my side up here. The Norn are colder than snow. Aiden says, I once called the Shiverpeak Mountains home. When I look upon them now, I can only think of how small the world really is. There's much we have yet to accomplish. Yeah, we spend a lot of time in the Shiverpeaks in these games, all told. Hello, Menlo. The lands north of Ascalon are colder than I thought, frigid with snow and ice, but the warm companionship of new friends makes it comfortable. I could get used to these Norn. Okay. So, I'm going to be curious to see if they change dialogue anywhere. Sometimes the henchmen change what they say, depending upon where they are in the world. They did that in Factions. Nightfall kind of had the same dialogue on all of them, though, throughout. So we'll see how much they spent time on that. Hello, Sin. Can you believe these Norn? I swear, some days I can't decide if they're the best allies we have or the best Tinder. And what do you say, Eve? I admire creatures who live in these cold mountains. Monsters everywhere, little food, and every night they go to sleep wondering if they'll freeze to death. It's not their bravery I admire, it's the constant supply of corpses. And then we have henchmen from elsewhere. So, the only Nightfall henchman that we have is Herda. But Nightfall didn't have as many henchmen because, we got these core 5 right here. Devona, Eve, Sin, Menlo, and Aiden. And then we had, just a handful of others. So, here we have 3 Factions henchmen. Factions had a lot of henchmen, so... let's see what Herda says. You wouldn't imagine I'd be the one to volunteer for this task? I'm a Sunspear. I come from Malona. I volunteered to help. Remind me to read the fine print next time. I don't feel like I did the best line read there, but anyway. What do you say, Talon? My people tell tales of the day when we will be free, when our lands will be revealed by a heavenly star and rise. When that day comes, human, only then will our races live in peace. What do you say, Zoe? Hail! Are you the traveler they speak of? I'm your guide. I was taught the ways of the wilderness since I was a child. You'll find no better. Hello, Loshaw. Don't bother introducing yourself. I can tell from the cut of your clothes where you're from, right down to the street name. You're the hero, right? See? I'm amazing. Okay, so we've got a couple of henchmen. We will be adding them to our party later. Arcor Leadfoot over here, it says weapons. Is a little bit more nuanced than that, though. Specifically, if you had finished commander training and can prove it to me by bringing me a Burl Iron Fist commendation, then I can grant you one of these weapons for either you or one of your comrades to wield. So, something that's kind of an important note, these are all, really, bad. They're just, the bare-bones no-mod base version of weapons. I guess theoretically you could add stuff to them. But you can get to Eye of the North starting at level 10. Practically speaking, that's not going to happen. You're probably going to be at least in the teens if you go from Cantha, but otherwise, in Prophecies, it's totally feasible to be level 10, and it's very feasible to be level 10 in Ilona. So they want to make sure you're able to get access to competent equipment. Now, if I add Ogden and Vec to my party and check out their gear, you'll notice that this guy already comes with, an okay Divine Favor staff. It's not great. And Vec already comes with an okay air staff. Again, it's not great. Half skill recharge of spells is 10% is not usually the staff mod. It's usually 20%. We'll be changing their bars up later as well. But it comes, they come with some gear, right? This is generally here to allow your player character to be able to get a max damage weapon. You'll notice that half skill recharge of spells 20% is the standard on staves, by the way. So we have that. We also have a crafter who will make a set of max level armor. Here you can see I could make Tyrian robes if I had some Damask lying around. Damask is not the easiest material to get, so... and then there's also the different headpieces. This character, I believe, already has all of the headpieces except for the energy storage one, it would appear, which is fine. I don't need one of those just yet. I'll get one eventually. It doesn't really matter right now. And I've got some 55 ingy offhands. We'll not talk about that now. I could go into a whole thing on that. And I have some other like equipment lying around. I don't need what these guys have to offer, but if you're coming here, like this is an early chance to get max level armor and those things. So let's take a moment to look at builds for our two friends. So I'm not sure exactly which direction I'm going to want to go with Ogden long term. I usually probably go a bit more Divine Favor heavy with him, and I'll probably do that here as well. I think what makes the most sense... Oh yeah, I have like 5 Signative Devotions. Okay, so let's just drop his bar and then build something here. Let's go primarily healing. I have a Cure Hex, right? Actually, I have Deny Hexes. I think I'd rather have Deny Hexes and my Divine Healing. Signative Devotion is good with that, but I have Signative Rejuvenation, and this has a much quicker cast time. So I think I'm going to go with that. The world no longer has the favor of the gods. We'll be fine. Healing Burst is a really good healing spell and a really important pickup. I do like my Healing Seed. And Vigorous Spirit is also really nice. Glad to see that I have access to that one. And I don't actually have Morrison here, do I? That's funny. I would ideally put on another... See, I don't really want Healing Whisper here. I kind of want another skill for pushing health bars up. But... yeah, I'm concerned about energy management. Let's just go Signative Devotion and just go heavy on Signets. Okay, and then Vec is our air guy. So let's just put him in air magic and not worry about other wrong buttons. Okay, so he needs air attunements. I can make him slash monk. What do I have for resurrection skills here? I think I have restore life. Something. Yeah, I have plenty of copies of restore life. So I think I'll probably just grab one of those. Okay, back down to our good old Elementalist section. Okay. I think I like Thunderclap here. Do I have... Oh yeah, I've got several copies of Glyph of Lesser. I'm probably going to slap on a Glyph of Lesser Energy for the moment. I do like Arc Lightning, Lightning Strike, Thunderclap. I wish I had Shock Arrow, but I do not. It looks like I will need either another attribute or Gale. Do I not have Chain Lightning? Chain Lightning would be really good, but I don't think I do. Yeah, Chain Lightning would be after Blinding Flash and before Enervating Charge. Because it's alphabetical. Okay, so no Chain Lightning, which sucks, but here we are. This is in my opinion, Air Magic's best Overcast. Like, you're basically, if you're looking to do things with Overcast, which you probably are looking to do because most of, like, too many of your spells kind of want it unless you're making very specific bars that don't. It kind of limits you in terms of like, okay, well, these are the skills that I can use then. Let's see. And I think I want Lightning Orb for the damage. I have Lightning Orb there. Okay, this will work for me for now. I'll get them runed up later. Okay, so right now we have Burl Iron Fist has a quest for us. So let's go ahead and see what he's saying. I'm here to help you learn how to control your heroes. You'll learn how to command a hero to move to different locations and pick up some of the basics of hero battling. If you want to go through me hero tutorial, make sure you have at least one hero in your party. You'll also need to remove any other players from your party. For your sake, I'll do my best to drop me accent during your training, so there'll be no misunderstanding between us. Okay. I'm ready to learn more about heroes.
Hail, human.
Ooh. Okay, he has a bunch of hero tutorial information. Keep in mind, heroes were introduced in Nightfall. This was an expansion for all of the campaigns, however, and so it's very possible, as this character has done, to come here without doing Nightfall. And so they wanted to make sure you have an opportunity to learn about heroes. So we're going to read a lot of... we'll glance through this tutorial stuff. I'm not necessarily going to read all of it, because I already know how heroes work, and this is just going to bog down, be a slog, whatever, the beginning of things, which have already been going like almost an hour so far, and we haven't even left Boreal Station. How do I form a party with heroes? He's going to tell me you can add heroes from the drop-down menu that you can get over there, or from the party panel. Now, this is something that he says right here. He says, but you can only have up to three of your own heroes in your party, so choose wisely which companions you wish to bring along. Now, this panel right here, Party Search, I don't remember when this is added, so he's specifically looking at this drop-down, right? This Party Search was added fairly late into the game, relatively speaking. Like, I think of the game's development in kind of a couple of, like, boxes. I have the, like, through Eye of the North release box, and then I have, like, the post Eye of the North release box to Guild Wars 2's release, where Guild Wars Beyond and stuff came out. And then there's, like, the maintenance mode of Guild Wars 2's release to now, which is a much longer period of time. It feels like to me. But this panel was added somewhat later. Also, the ability to have 7 heroes in your party was added later. You can have 7 heroes now, but it used to be only 3, which is why I'm playing with the restriction of having no more than 3. But this dialogue was not updated to reflect that change in limitations. So, how do I equip my heroes? Yes, this is just telling you that you can bring up this, and you can go over to them to change their, like, gear by adding runes and insignia to their armor and changing the weapons that they're wielding. It also tells you about leveling up heroes. These heroes come to you at level, like all of the Eye of the North heroes come to you at level 20, so that's not relevant.
What news of war?
How do I give new skills to my heroes? Open up the skills and attributes panel and fill them out like yourself. So one of the things that you'll notice, by the way, is which hero you have selected is synced between the inventory and the heroes and attributes panel. So if you weren't aware of that.
You seek the dwarves?
Let's see. Tell me about moving my heroes. You use flags to move your heroes. Target flags let you select a position in the world to act as home for your heroes. You'll find up to 4 flag buttons on the compass. To place a flag, click on the button or press the associated hotkey. Double tap the hotkey or hit or other things to kind of cancel them. They won't do anything while they're moving. You can ask about the party flag. Only the party leader and players controlling at least 2 heroes can use this flag. It will send every active hero you have to the same point. Note the party leader's party flag is the only one that can affect henchmen, which is also relevant. And then there's hero flags, which are individual flags for the heroes. And then home is you if there are no flags, or sort of the flag that they have. Yeah, so if you've not set any flags, your current location is considered home. You can set new home for heroes by using a targeting flag. Heroes who are away from home will attempt to move to their home location. Regardless of the combat mode setting, they will not engage while moving. So combat mode, so we can bring up these panels. These are combat mode: avoid combat, guard, and fight. Fight tends to be more aggressive,
You seek the dwarves?
that sort of thing. Tell me about the hero control panel, which is what this is. It tells you everything you need to know. So the name of the hero. A scripter is used whenever more than one hero with the same name is in your party. Portrait. This is so you can identify who they are by their picture. Then you have your health, their health and energy. This is a nice compact way of seeing them, by the way. Then their skills and their combat modes. And you can click on these buttons in the field to tell them to use that skill.
What
And they will
news of the war?
queue it up. Combat modes. How far heroes will stay from their home position depends on the combat mode set for them. So heroes set to fight are willing to stray farther from their home position than heroes set to guard or avoid combat, and they will only attack a called target within their combat mode range. So use them as appropriate. Avoid combat, the hero will never attack an enemy, but will continue to use ally and party-related skills. Guard, the hero will stay close to the home point, but will still engage hostile enemies when attacked. And fight, the hero will stray further from home to engage enemies, going so far as to engage nearby groups ahead of you. This is the default combat mode for each hero. These guys were not default fight, but like melee heroes in particular often are. Remember, these settings can be changed for each individual hero, even in the heat of battle.
You seek the dwarves?
And then tell me about using hero skills in battle. After equipping your heroes with skills, you can bring up their panel and click on the skills, and they'll execute them, but they won't do stuff while running to flags. And you can also, it tells you about saying, if you hold down shift and click on a skill, then it will tell the hero, don't use this skill automatically, but if you click on it, they'll still use it. It's useful with like resurrects if you don't want them to use a resurrect mid-battle to do that, and there's some other times when you want to do that as well. So just kind of telling you a lot of the basics here.
Dwarves?
I mean, that's kind of the point. I guess I'll leave these open for now. I was going to say for the moment, sometimes I like change my mind about which word I want to use mid-sentence and get these horrendous blended words. Okay, hero tutorial. You and your heroes will be moved to the tutorial location. Are you sure you're all ready? So this is very similar to the tutorial that we get in Nightfall to introduce us to heroes. Remember that. We're stuck on a high place where we can't do anything, and the only way to succeed is, and you can see Burl Iron Fist is here. The only way to succeed is to direct our heroes. I would have expected some dialogue or something to show up, but for some reason it hasn't. Here we are. Do you see the 3 areas around you? You need to control those areas by issuing commands to your squad during this training session. You will capture each area under different circumstances. You must destroy all enemies surrounding an area to begin capturing it. Moving your squad outside the area will halt the capture process. Use target flags to move your heroes. These flags let you select a position in the world for your heroes. You will find up to 4 flag buttons attached to your compass. So these right along here. I tend to use hotkeys for them. To place flag, click the flag button. Just send these guys to Area 1. Keep in mind that heroes will move to a new location. Then they'll execute any skill commands until after they reach the flag, unless that flag is cancelled or overridden. Now use your squad to capture Area 1. And you can see we're capturing Area 1. Normally I'd just skip this because it's not particularly enlightening and the rewards from it are pretty mediocre, but now use your squad to capture the other areas. These white wolves are like level 5. They're not a huge deal. These ones are also level 5. Yep, exactly, Dead on Stick. Also, hello. Welcome. Good to see you here. Waiting for Area 2 to capture. Like, if I weren't trying to do all quests, I would skip this, but this is just a straightforward tutorial that they have to add just to make sure that you know how heroes work if you've never seen them before and to give you an opportunity to learn about their function. Yep. So, let's drink some water and capture the next area, shall we? You can see there, by the way, how they ran up to the flag before they actually started fighting these wolves. And now we just need to wait for this to drain. This goes a lot quicker if you have more heroes, but because you get more pips on the bar converting the thing. Very, very similar to the Nightfall tutorial. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Now return your squad to Area 1. Sure, I can do that. That flag does not know where it's trying to render. Well done! You've passed me hero tutorial. Now I can stop speaking in your silly accent, human. Gots to wash me mouth out with some ale. Speak to me back in the outposts if you wish to know more about your heroes. For what it's worth, doing that quest is worth 1,000 experience. So that's something, I guess. And will give me like an item for an absolutely terrible weapon. Speaking of which, these are absolutely terrible. It's good they teach you how flags work, and you have to flag them that far out so that way you know how flagging works.
You seek the dwarves?
I seek those things not being here. Okay, I don't know why they just dumped me off over there, but whatever. Okay, so Burl Iron Fist, I can go get your quest reward. Where's this guy's? Oh man, this guy's only at 750,000 experience.
Hail, human.
Good job. If you need to know more about heroes, feel free to come back and bug me. So I can come back and he'll tell me all these functions. I'm not going to read through them again. I mean, I didn't read through them thoroughly the first time because meh, but... and now I can turn in this commendation I got. Take this to Arcor, Leadfoot, and Boreal Station to receive a weapon of your choosing. Unfortunately, they're all kind of mediocre, but I think I'm going to grab... How about a... Oh, do you not have... Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, we're going to get a Tempest Staff for Vec, I guess. It's better than what he starts off with, embarrassingly enough. So Vec's base staff is 10% recharge. This has a 20% recharge of all spells, so it's just a straight upgrade to this air staff, which can go away now. Weapons that heroes start off with are not particularly good. Okay. Now I just need to add some henchmen to my party, and we'll be ready to go. All of these henchmen are actually pretty competent. I'm going to add Eve, because she has Blood Ritual, which I find useful. Sin is good for now. Lena... I don't need Menlo. Menlo's healer, as you might guess, so that overlaps with what Ogden's doing. I'll probably use Menlo at some point, though, because I like him. Zoe's pretty sweet. Aiden has Barrage and Conjure Lightning, of all things, so kind of interesting. And I think I'll grab Loshaw, because I like having a Mesmer around. Although Loshaw is probably low likelihood of occupying that role for long. Okay, well, let's get out there. Let's see what's on the other side of this portal, shall we? So we leave whatever that guy's homestead was, Hearthstead, Fëanor or something like that. And we see some dudes over here. Welcome to the Far Shiverpeaks, everyone. Got some mountains, including one that doesn't know whether or not it wants to render, depending upon where we're at, but that's okay. And here's a Resurrection Shrine. We'll see these throughout these areas. Yeah, we'll have some stuff to discuss in a bit. Olafson says, looks like young Jorah has recruited help in her hunt. Not very Norn of you, Jorah, letting humans bail you out. There's nothing wrong with accepting help, especially if one cannot become the bear. Come, Olaf, leave her to her challenge. And they just turned into bears. Olaf and Sif are both right. Thank you for your help, but this is my hunt, my responsibility. Go your own way, human. Go to the north. You'll find your kind there.
Why are you here?
Here's a bit of advice. Never interrupt two Norn in discussion. An errant backhand comment might knock you right off your feet. Yeah. So I don't know exactly what's going on here. It feels like that dialogue came a little bit before other things were established, but... Hi. By the claws of the bear spirit, I vow to regain my honor. Sorry, did you say something? Oh, we have against the destroyers. Discover the mysteries behind the destroyers and the Eye of the North. So right now our quest is to speak with Jorah. We'll get a 10,000 experience and 1,000 dwarf reputation points for completing this, making it fairly similar to completing Sorrow's Furnace. Except more rewarding because it gives us 1,000 dwarf reputation points. Who are the Norn? The Norn are a powerful and proud people. We make our homes in these icy climes and hunt the creatures of the mountains. We live for today and rely only on ourselves, for who knows what tomorrow will bring or when friend will become foe. When you meet a Norn, be prepared for battle. Most will wish to test your mettle before speaking to you as an equal. Not I, though. I am hunting bigger prey. Boy, is that some box text. Did those Norn just turn into bears? I mean, Olaf and Sif, they are highly regarded among the Norn for their prowess, and favored by the bear spirit. Bear has granted them the power to take her favored form, the better to hunt and survive here. Someday, I shall regain that favor as well. What is the Eye of the North? The north of Boreal Station, a huge structure reaches toward the sky. You cannot miss it. It has been there since before the Norn first came to these mountains. We always avoided it. Humans, though, are less wise. A group of them, the Ebon Vanguard, have made it their home. If you seek other humans, you should go there.
Are you lost?
All right. So that's very box text. I kind of wish I had a bit more feeling of character voice in that. If box text is a like tabletop role-playing game term of like exposition that the game master gives about something. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be box text, but it lacks a specific character voice, which is my main complaint here. Like, when I talk to her in the Norn, I mean, she does use a lot of we, but I don't know, just something about it feels very... Anyway, against the Destroyers. If you seek help, there are other humans at the Eye of the North.
Are you lost?
I'll be on my way then. Well then, let's make our way that direction. There's a polar bear over here. If you wanted a polar bear pet rangers, here's an option. I will be seeking to do most of the quests, which means I'll probably do some quests I may not have touched before, which will be exciting. So, just some structural things as I make my way to the Eye of North. This game, ArenaNet was constantly kind of experimenting and playing with narrative structures. Prophecies, for example, is very straightforward in terms of narrative structure. Oh, there's a bunch of snowworms out here, by the way. Whereas Factions has a branch, whether or not you go Luxon or Kurzik. Nightfall has a couple of branching points. I don't really care about trying to fight snowworms. Has a couple of branching points of, are you going to go this way or that? And it... so, like, whether or not you choose to go with Master of Whispers or Margaret the Sly, as well as will you help Koss or Milani. What they decided to do in Eye of the North is the story, it kind of has three main initial branches, and then it has kind of like a final branch pushed to the end. Oh, Mountain Aloes over here. So, structurally the way that works is there's a Norn branch, an Asuran branch, and a human branch. And you kind of can pick which order you do them in. It doesn't really matter. So I might actually ask y'all which order, or like which one you want me to do at any given point.
Are you hunting something?
I'll explain more when we get a little bit further. Nidbjorg here says, "What am I doing out here? Hunting, of course. If you are a great hunter, you'll never be if you are not a great hunter, you'll never be respected by my people. How can I be a part of the hunt? Impress me in battle, then we talk." This guy will bear form. For 60 seconds, you assume the form of bear. You get a bunch of additional health and more damage or something. You get him low on HP, and he stops fighting. We get some reputation with the Norn. So this is going to become an extremely relevant mechanic. Ooh, I got 1 Eye of the North mastery point. So you get 25 reputation points for beating them up. How can I be part of the hunt? There's plenty of fighting to go around, human. You'll get your chance right now. Dwayne doesn't approve of this violence. So then we get the Norn hunting party. We get a Norn reputation point for each creature we slay in the area, and after 25 kills, we'll receive a random bonus. And that's every 25. Also,
Who goes there?
too many times we falter in the course of duty. Don't let that happen to you, young one. The other dudes at the Resurrection Shrines will give these to us. This is very similar to the reputation system in Nightfall, but we will get bounties, and except this applies to just all enemies in the area. I think all enemies that you get experience from, if there's things that are very low, but avalanches are nasty business. Yeah, because they use Maelstrom. Nothing like Rangers to spoil your day. But each title, once you get to rank 1 in it, it gives you access to a title bonus. So that's something that's going to be kind of a significant part of the game. Also, ranking up in that allows you to be able to use equipment crafters. So there's actually 4 groups that you can get titles with. The Norn, the Dwarves, the Ebon Vanguard, and the Asura. There's also PvE-only skills, similar to like Lightbringer's Gaze, that scale in strength with your with those titles. So we will be seeing that aspect of things as well. For now, we have some mountain pine souls to fight. I do like my obsidian flame. Just armor ignoring damage is very useful a lot of the time. I'll probably want to be earth a lot, just for obsidian flame stuff later on as well. Skjaldulf Lightfingers.
Who goes there?
So this is the common function of Norn. You encounter them, they want to fight. You beat them up.
Who sent
They'll
you?
tell you, 9 kills, come back when you've got a few more. And stuff like that. So, pretty straightforward. And here, by the way, is the Eye of the North. So you can see it is quite a massive structure indeed. It looks like it has a top broken off and that this was originally some sort of massive tower. It's already quite an impressive structure. It's a little unknown who built the thing. I should turn my HUD back on. All right, well, let's go trigger a cutscene, shall we? It'll, like, we have to get up this to the, yeah, here we are. Arrival at the Eye.
This is impressive, even by Asuran standards.
No dwarves made this. Is it human-built?
No. This was put here by something more powerful than men.
Still, we may find your people here. There may be a way to contact ours.
True. King Jalus would want us to gather what allies we can to fight the destroyers.
Watch out!
Don't move. What's your business here?
We were told there were humans here.
This is the Eye of the North. Again, what is your business?
We're adventurers from the south.
I was from the south. From Ascalon.
We're seeking a place of safety.
Safe places are few and far between in the north. You're welcome to stay here. The Ebon Vanguard protects this place, but most of my fellow soldiers are away. I command in Captain Langmar's absence. my name is Gwen.
Dun dun dun! This was really significant for a lot of players. Also, the developers have straight up come out and said that calling the game Eye of the North allowed them to have the game name abbreviation of GWEN, because you omit the O and T, for calling it Gwen. So yeah, that's a thing. They're gonna have the henchmen are gonna have the same dialogue here. So yeah, we are now in the Eye of the North. It's a very familiar place to me now, but it was quite spectacular back in the day to first come here. Yeah, these guys have the same dialogue as I had previously. So there's a bunch of different things going on here, but none of them are going to be relevant until... another thing is I won't be buying skills from skill trainers, but I will be capturing skills with Sickness of Capture. We need to go to the Hall of Monuments. This is this central part of, or kind of in the back of it. This has connective functionality with Guild Wars 2. I'm not going to discuss how that works here, though. It's not particularly relevant, but you can put a bunch of stuff in here. And here we have Kimmy's the Historian. Show me my legacy will take you to the Hall of Monuments website. It's like hom.guildwars2.com or something like that. And you can type in just a character name, and it'll tell you what they have in their thing. So, I could check out any view. You can check out, go to that website, type in Rex Templarus, see what I've got. But he says, the Hall of Monuments is an amazing testament to the power of its creators. I journeyed here from Ascalon to study this mysterious structure and document the deeds being recorded within by adventurers such as you. My research in this area has led to the discovery and restoration of magics long dormant within the hall, which allows you to reliably manipulate the version it chooses to display for you. You can even view the accomplishments for an entire group of related adventurers at once. Basically, this guy allows you to be able to toggle between showing your account's legacies. It says, consider it done, and I get a massive lag spike as the game loads in a bajillion things, like a bunch of elite armors, and fancy weapons, and heroes, and pets, and mini pets galore, and stuff all the place over there. And the most out version of that, which this thing in the background comes further out the more titles you get, and as you rank up in the kind of a big deal title track. But he can also just show you your personal accomplishments, and this shows you that this guy doesn't have much in the way of any accomplishments to speak of. So for right now, we'll talk to Vec and Ogden here in a bit. You'll see right now I have Dwarf Healer and Asura Elementalist. These do not have any tapestries on them. We'll be getting them as time goes on. Here's the scrying pool. This will become highly relevant later, and Gwen is sitting here waiting to talk to us. So we will go ahead and speak with her.
How can I help?
She says, I can't believe you held on to that for so many years. But with the Ebon Vanguard missing, my own past must be put aside for now. We'll have time for this matter after my friends are rescued. This is a special dialogue that I have because I have a tapestry shred. She will give us a special quest because I have a tapestry shred. That's part of why Rex Templarus is the character doing this. I will be doing the special quest that you can get with Gwen. You have to be a Prophecies character and have a tapestry shred in order to be able to get an additional quest from her. There is another quest that you get with her as well if you bring her the preserved red iris flower that you can find off the coast of Ilona, or just a red iris flower which you can find here in Eye of the North, the campaign. So that quest is very easy to get as well. But this is special dialogue that is here because I have a tapestry shred in my inventory. So what is this place? We call this the Hall of Monuments. When the Ebon Vanguard arrived here, we found these platforms and this scrying pool. Captain Langmar, Artificer Molinex, and I have all tried repeatedly to make it function, and it won't respond to any of us. It's like the pool is waiting for something, or someone.
How can I help?
What is the Ebon Vanguard? The Ebon Vanguard was originally just a small cadre of soldiers sent north to raid the Char and divert their troops from the southern invasions. Over time, exiles, refugees, and escaped prisoners of war swelled their ranks, and we have since become known as the Ebon Vanguard. but our mission remains the same. We must take the fight to the Char and force them to leave Ascalon.
How can I help?
Where is the Ebon Vanguard? The Eye of the North is our main base, but the Vanguard sends raids deep into the Char homelands, through Long Eyes Ledge and Norn territory to the east. Captain Langmar should have returned from her last mission by now, and I fear the worst.
How can I help?
How did you end up with the Ebon Vanguard? We actually saw this in the Flight North that I played in the last stream, so if you want this in, like, game form, you can find that there, but I don't really want to talk about that. I was a prisoner of the Char. I escaped. Now, I want vengeance. Straightforward character motivation being dropped here, but if you actually want to see what happens, she's a prisoner of the Char, and I mean this is the 2-sentence summary, right? Or 3-sentence, 2-sentence summary. You can see that in the previous stream. The VOD for that's up on the YouTube channel. If you need a link to it, you can ask Moobot for a YouTube link, or you can just check the panels below.
How can I help?
Okay, so let's interact with the scrying pool. So this allows us to be able to view cutscenes. The water in this pool is so clear, its reflection is like a window into another world. Against the destroyers doesn't do anything. I do not know why this option is here. It's extremely confusing. Show me past events lets you see cinematics from earlier on in the campaign. So all of the campaign cinematics are replayable as far as I'm aware from the scrying pool. So this will probably show us the, I don't know, some of the earlier cutscenes. But right now we want to look deep into the pool. I'm going to switch back to this cam because we're about to get a cutscene. It says, something is forming in the ripples of the water. Do you want to keep looking? I'll keep my eyes open. I don't want to miss anything. The first vision. I just said that, but yes, the first vision. Haven't seen these in a while. There aren't any tapestries
This is what
yet.
we've been guarding.
Looks like a scrying device.
You're right. We know it's magical, but can't get it to work.
Hang on. Often these things are just a matter of concentration.
No one else has been able to do that.
Just lucky, I guess.
What was that?
A destroyer. We fought them earlier. They've captured the Dwarven and Asuran tunnels.
And they're coming this way?
Seems like it.
Vec, we have to rally the local populace, these Norn.
But we don't know how much of the gate network has been compromised.
Exactly. We're on our own. The battle starts here.
What's the matter?
The destroyers are coming up from the depths. We need an army right now. Help me convince the Norn to help us.
The destroyers drove my people to the surface west of these mountains. We should contact them.
They're both wrong. It's the Ebon Vanguard that needs your help. A large detachment led by Captain Langmar made a sortie into the Char homelands. They're now several weeks overdue, and I fear the worst. I need you to help me find them.
We need my people's knowledge.
No, we need the Norn as allies.
It's up to you, Buka. Which do we do first?
Why do I have to make the tough decisions?
You're just lucky, I guess.
I have not watched that cutscene in a long while. It's interesting to me. Okay, so we just got a bunch of quests added, and Gwen is unlocked. Quiet, wounded in body and soul, and angry at the Char, Gwen has suffered hardships, but has tried to keep her dreams alive. She now makes her home among the Ebon Vanguard in the Eye of the North, where she practices and hones her skills as a mesmer. So we've unlocked Gwen. Let's go ahead and add some skills for her to our list of skills, because I get skills with each hero that I add. Here's Gwen. Add a pack. Cool. Let's see. What do we get here? Inspired enchantment, shrinking armor. Ooh, signet of distraction's nice. Arcane mimicry, mantra of lightning, elemental resistance, wastrel sword, and panic. Panic is probably the most useful pick up there, if you ask me. Okay, just making sure I keep that saved. So I now have Gwen available to me. So we are presented with a choice here, and we just had some quests added to our thing. We have the primary Asura quest of knowledgeable Asura. Seek assistance from the Asura. Gain Asuran aid against the destroyers. Missing Vanguard. Search for the Ebon Vanguard in the Char homelands. And Northern allies. Convince the Norn to ally with you. And we need to speak with Ogden in the Hall of Monuments. So, we have a point of choice. Which path should we choose first? This is something that they did in Eye of the North, where you have these 3 branches. You need to complete all 3 of them, but you can do them in any order. It doesn't much matter to me which order we do them in. So if y'all have any opinions, now would be a good time to speak up. If not, I'll just kind of choose at random, I suppose. Give a moment for roll a die. Well, I could go physically do that. You could go grab a d6. Okay, I will go grab a die. Have a nice brick of dice here. So how shall we assign it? Let's see. Usually use these for counters and Magic the Gathering. These are my -1/-1 counters. I guess I can just roll it into the lid here. So, how about, I don't know, going from west to east. 1 and 2 is Asura. 3 and 4 are Norn. And 5 and 6 are Ebon Vanguard. How's that? Okay, well, let's see. Can I do this in a spot where it's visible on camera? Okay, I rolled a 2, so we're going to start with Asuran territory. I don't know if you can see that there, but there's our 2. I mean, that's what you asked, so... okay, let's just go ahead and go to Asuran territory, then. Let me set these off to the side. Vec, we're going your path first. Because 1 and 2 was Asuran territory.
Interesting.
Trust me, Vec is the answer to all your problems. Okay, and then these are just repeat of what we saw earlier, right?
Interesting.
Yes, these are just repeats of those.
Interesting.
Okay. The knowledgeable Asura. There's no time to lose, Buka. To have any chance at all, we need the knowledge of my people. You can reach my homelands by traveling west to a gate located in the Vloxen Excavations. That should take us where we need to go. All right, we'll do that, and we will talk to the rest of these fine folks later. Although I think Gwen might have a little bit of a follow-up for us that I should speak with her now. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go ahead and grab this now. She says, by the way, we found this monumental tapestry a while ago. I think it's meant for one of these walls. This is something that I mentioned during that cutscene that we saw. The tapestries were up on the walls, even though we don't actually have them yet. Let's see. I think it's meant for one of these walls, but I never got around to choosing which monument to hang it over. Since the scrying pool responded to you, I think it's only fitting that you decide. Here, take it. Thank you. I know you've had greater concerns than these monuments. And then there's just the missing Vanguard, which we will do later. I mean, none of these really matter. 'Cause I don't have anything for any of them. We'll just set this in resilience first, I suppose. Even the greatest castle must rely upon its wall, tough and strong, to prevent disasters, to keep its people safe, armored against wrong, never in danger. The armor of Rex Templarus belongs here. The monument looks empty. A tapestry covering the wall behind it would make it seem more complete. Okay. So I do that. It drops in this tapestry. So one of the other things is whenever I install one of these monumental tapestries, the room courses with energy. You have unlocked the monuments to resilience. Your ascended armor sets may be commemorated here. I don't have any to display. But whenever I add one of those monumental tapestries, I do get a set of Eye of the North skills. So where is EOTN expansion? I get 25 skills, but I get 25 skills, not 20, like, I don't get a pack, so. Yeah, add 25 skills. Whenever I turn in a monumental tapestry. Okay, so we got some skills here. Ooh, smite hacks, that's nice. Just scroll down here so we can see them better. So I got Keen Chop, I meant to do that. Knee Cutter, which has some great synergies with Grunt's Grasp, which is not relevant because I don't have any Dervish skills currently. Waste Not, Whatnot. That's useful energy management. Spotless Mind, Smite Hacks. Ooh, Putrid Bile is nice. Signet of Deadly Corruption is good if you have Symbolic Strike. I don't think I do yet, though. Agony, Weapon of Aggression, Ghostly Weapon. Sundering Weapon is potentially nice. Oh, Pyrrha's Leaming I love. I use this one a lot. Drop Effect removes conditions from allies in earshot. This one's really good. Energetic was Lisa. Weapon of Renewal. Pious Fury is good. Radiant Scythe is a really important pickup. This I use on Dervishes all the time for energy management. Crippling Victory. Chest Thumper. Holy Spear is also a really good pickup. Okay, so we got some useful skills. Let's go ahead and save our league again, just to be thorough. All right, so we're going to start by heading over to Asuran territories. There's a couple of places we're going to want to stop along the way. But for the moment, let's step out this direction and maybe give Gwen some skills, shall we? And there's a few other things to do here in the Eye of the North as well. Artificer Molinex has a bunch of skills related to the Ebon Vanguard.
What news?
Gedril of Ascalon here says, "Hail, Rex Templarus. Ascalon needs the help of any willing hand we can find. And if you lend your skills to the cause, your reputation will increase among the Ebon Vanguard. More, if you provide me with written evidence of what you have done in Ascalon's name, I'll tell other members of the Vanguard about your glorious deeds. If you increase your reputation enough, you can even earn hero skill points, which you can spend to teach your heroes new skills. For Ascalon, how exactly do I increase my reputation, though? Anytime you see members of the Ebon Vanguard, offer to lend them assistance. We all have to pull together if we're ever going to defeat the Char. Helping out the Vanguard reserves, those members who remain behind to safeguard the Eye of North, is especially useful. Also, keep notes. Written evidence of your deeds goes a long way toward improving your reputation around here. Believe me. Written evidence? You didn't know. It's important to keep a journal of your achievements. It was Gwen's idea. You can keep track of things you do to help Gwen in your hero's handbook, and record your achievements below ground in a master dungeon guide. Don't worry, I can provide you with blank copies of either book. I've heard there are other books around for you detailing what you have done to help out, but you'll need to find those on your own. I'm going to go ahead and grab both of these.
Report in.
Yeah, and then I'm interested in skills for my heroes. I don't have any hero skill points, so that's kind of a moot point right now. My inventory is getting especially cluttered. It's going to be really annoying. There's a bunch of other things going on here, too. There's Marianne.
Report in.
Two, I'm going to sell these things. This guy has a bunch of platinum lying around. There's some material traders. I actually think I'm going to sell... I'm going to sell this steel ingot. It opens up an inventory slot. I want to hang on to the jadeite, though. Yeah. Ida.
Who goes there?
Is a regular materials trader. Here we have some special NPCs. The weaponsmith, Jonathan Blunt here, says, "You are no exception to our rules, Rex Templarus. Every man, woman, and child must prove his or her worth to the cause before benefiting from our services. So, until you obtain the rank of Master of Mysterious Agent," which is one of the ranks in the Ebon Vanguard title track, "please move along. You must understand that we haven't survived this long against the Char by giving our supplies away to every Tom, Dick, and tear drinker who passes through here. Tom, Dick, and Harry is the traditional phrase, but here we are, making a reference to it.
I'm
Edwin
afraid I'm busy.
has the same dialogue, so makes consumables, and Brett
Report in.
makes armor. And then we, of course, have a rune trader over here. Stacey Magicalson. And Micah Ferguson teaches us skills. Teaches us core skills plus Eye of the North skills. Again, the only thing I'll be buying from him is Signets of Capture. But I'll probably be able to get a lot of the Eye of the North skills through other means. Alosha, I'm sorry, you get the boot because we're adding Gwen. I'll look at what skills she's actually getting on her bar later, but for the moment... Actually, you know what? For the moment, let's look at them now. Okay. So I can set her up towards E-Surge, or I can set her up towards Panic. I have Cry of Frustration. Okay, I typically... Domination magic is just really strong. She does have Illusion magic direction she can go. With an Aptitude. But I think I want to go, like, Empathy, Cry of Frustration, Power Spike. I don't get Unnatural Signet, but I do get Signet of Distraction. Signet of Distraction is a fine choice. I might go Signet of Distraction and Leech Signet here. Signet of Distraction and Leech Signet, which is some energy management. And I can bring Energy Surge for the damage. But that's the direction I want to go. I can also go Energy Drain for the management. I kind of like Energy Drain. And Shatter Enchantment. And then I'll go Slash Monk with her. And grab Restore Life copy as well. Okay, let's look at our rune options here. Let's open up Gwen's panel.
You honor me.
Alright, I honor her. Yeah, I do want, let's see, a minor energy storage and superior air for Vec. Superior air, minor energy storage. I may pick up some of the other runes for him later. Ogden, I want superior divine favor for. And minor healing, minor protection, minor smiting in case I want to go that direction with him. Just take a moment to upgrade all of these. And Gwen. Well, for some reason I don't... Oh, wow. Soup Domination's come way down. I actually could afford to give her a Soup Domination rune. You know what? That's a big enough boost, but... Oh, Minor Fast Casting's become downright affordable. Minor Inspiration is ludicrous, though. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get her a Superior Domination rune. It just does so much for her potential damage and capability. Minor Fast Casting, Minor Illusion. I do not want to spend 11 plat on a Minor Inspiration magic rune, though. I could see getting Major Inspiration and a bunch of Survivor Insignia, though, to offset it. Let's see, that's 5, 10, 15, 25, 40. Yeah, let's... I guess I'm going to do that. I actually kind of like the idea. Major inspiration, and then a bunch of survivor insignia. Survivors are not particularly expensive, so... 2, 3, 4, 5. And this will just offset the health loss. The pretty substantial health loss, but... There we go. And if I get a major vigor rune, I'll probably give it to her as well. Okay. So that has them set up. Now she has some proper attributes. Wow, that's 8 health. That's pretty strong, actually. Or 8 energy, rather. And yeah. His healing burst is actually pretty good because of the way those things work. Cool. Alright, so that's all set up now. I've gotten them runed up. We will be accumulating more heroes as we go. But for now, our task is to get to the Asura Gate. So we're actually just going to go... like... due west, I guess. I mean, that's how this is going to work. So, there, like I said, there's quests that I can do here off of Artificer Molinex, but I'm going to wait until I'm going more of Ebon Vanguard direction to do those. So, we're just going to make our way towards the Cern territory, kind of beeline it there. West is this way. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. I guess we'll do that then. This is going to be interesting. I haven't... See, normally I would go up to up north and kind of go through and around that way, but I want to do things a little bit differently. And the die rolled Asura, so we're going to Asuran territory. I will add that it'll be a while before I finish all of the Polymach quests, for anybody who's familiar with that. Ragnvald, you're worth 25 Norn reputation points. It's going to be a while before I get anything to do with those, but might as well.
Who sent you?
Ooh, interrupted bear form. Your attack striker for 25% more damage. That's pretty good.
Are you hunting something?
Yeah, I think a lot of people start with Norn because it's immediately there, right? And then which way you go after that is kind of a bit more random. I want this Beacon of Draknor, please. The beacon pulses and wavers as you approach, enveloping you in its embrace. You feel an electric charge run up your spine, through your fingertips and across your weapon. You feel a call to arms against all those who would defile this place. This gives us Dwarven Raider, which gives us Dwarven reputation points. The underground areas all are like Dwarven. Here we have a bunch of Whirling Wisps. These things have Vow of Silence, which is going to be especially obnoxious to me and Elementalist. There we go. It's an argument for having some physical attackers in the party. These wisps. Yeah, we're just gonna travel through this this underground area. There's a few different things here. More whirling wisps, notably. Quickening Zephyr, making everything more expensive, is no fun. Okay, I appreciate that, but I don't think I was that bad off, was I, Eve? Time for some more wanding. I have Vow of Silence. There's not a whole lot I can do about it being there. I could equip things like Aftershock, which would allow me to kind of get around it, but... Oh, Equinox. Okay, spells within its range that cause overcast cause an additional 10 overcast. That's why I got so much overcast when I used Obsidian Flame. That's not an effect I usually ever think about because it doesn't come up much, but yeah, okay. Yeah. 61 damage from Magnetic Aura. I don't really want to go fight Chromatic Drakes. They're really annoying. They are super themed after Guild Wars 2 Elementalists, in that they can change which element they're attuned to, and that changes their skill bars. They're real nasty. I recommend avoiding them. That's Sin's Meteor Shower, by the way. These guys are Chilling Wisps, which are a different type of wisp, and they come with Onslaught instead, and so they will not prevent me. So there's two different types of wisps. There was the ones that we were fighting previously, and then there's Chilling Wisps. They look identical, so it's very easy to confuse them, but they do in fact function very differently. This area will become highly relevant later, but it's just kind of a area we're traveling through right now. There's a lot of potentially wonky routes that I can take through things, actually. Because if I go down that way, I can get to the heart of the Shiverpeaks, and that actually will lead over to bog routes, so I can get down to Gad's encampment that way, which mayhap I will consider at some point. This just leads out to Varjar Fells, which is... We will stop in Olafstead, just to get that outpost on the map, and we're going to be kind of near it, as it were, anyway. Shalgrim's Stoneheart over here is a useful crafter of materials, in that he can make bolts of damask, which is potentially useful, but he makes Deldrimmer steel ingots, which is notable. Potentially convenient place to get those. Let's turn this pile of elemental dust into 5 piles of glittering dust.
Much to do.
There is much to do. Like dropping that off with you. Bunch of blessed griffins around here, which we saw them in the southern Shiverpeaks. They have Spellbreaker, which is really potentially annoying. Again, for my extremely caster-heavy party. There's not a whole lot you can do about Spellbreaker. We've got a frozen elemental on us. There we go. That problem is solved. Some of that good Shiverpeak music. This part's always been a little bit mazy. There's a bunch of Vitir around here too. Still don't understand why Earthquake deals that much damage. I mean, have you seen Pokemon? My goodness, this is relatively tame by Pokemon standards. Don't worry about it too hard. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Just remember, Earthquake tears open the ground. Let's just say the reputation of Earthquakes may exceed their actual capability. Yeah, it's one of the better physical attacks in the game. Close combat's also really solid. At least it was back in the game. Yeah, Dragon Stomp does have a strong name. I will agree with you on that. I probably also tend towards Prophecy's variants of skills. I really love a lot of what they did with the visuals in Eye of the North. They made some really beautiful areas. Of course, we have more ice imps. It wouldn't be the Shiver Peaks without ice imps. More Viteer, of course. Yeah, Maelstrom is absolutely devastating to heroes. Especially with the way Mind Freeze locks you in place. Fun fact, Cultist Fervor causes you to bleed, so while these enemies are normally non-fleshy, Cultist Fervor does not give a crap, and still lets you bleed yourself. Or causes you to bleed yourself, perhaps is more accurate. Okay, we did not aggro those ice imps, I wasn't sure. What is this rated at? 40? We get another one of these, and they'll kind of end themselves on it. I don't know. Gwen might have too much energy management. We'll find out. Yep, I was waiting for that to happen. More Viteer spawn. Man, imagine if Over the Limit had 0 recharge. Or like a 3-second recharge. How much better would it be? Here's Olafstead, like I was mentioning. I do want to stop here. A bunch of white moas. That's kind of a rare thing to see.
Who goes there?
Nah, I didn't get a thing previously. We're just about to enter an outpost, so there's no reason to grab that now. I love the views out here. Look at that. It's just lovely. Okay, well here's Olafstead. One of the things that I like that they did is they paired up the heroes in like different combinations. So here you see Sin being indignant about Menlo talking with Lena. Sin and Menlo totally have a thing. That gets started in kind of in prophecies actually, in subtle ways. And then we have some of these people just chatting. We have the warriors discussing something. I wish she had unique dialogue to this area, but she just she doesn't have anything special that she's saying about these things. We'll talk to all these people later. I'm just stopping by because it's en route to where I'm going. But when we actually do the Norn areas, we'll talk with the NPCs here. Do I want to keep this bar for now? I think so. There is something appealing about... Excuse me. I wonder when I'll be able to get Magnetic Surge. There's something appealing about something like Aftershock, just because of all of the things that have been having anti-casting stuff. But I think I'll be fine. Actually, maybe now that I think about it, I think I'm gonna drop Sin for Divana. And the reason why is I want another physical attacker. Oh, and the rangers are just chilling over here, kind of away from everybody else, which is kind of fun. Zoe is Broadhead Arrow, by the way, if people didn't know. Makes her quite effective. Okay, Olgana, Bear Tamer. Let's grab the bounty this time. As, now we need to fight our way over to Varjarfell. Or not Varjarfells. We're in Varjarfells. We need to fight our way over to Verdant Cascades, I think is the name of that zone. Look at how much snow is on top of this thing. I just want to shove it off. Just like sweep my arm across this thing and just plump the snow down. It's so fun. Snow is one of those things that's a lot of fun when you get to interact with it and sucks when you have to. Like when it's actively impeding you from doing what you want to do, it's really obnoxious. But when you can just kind of enjoy it and have fun with it, it's great. It's very very interesting substance like that. Berserking Aurochs there are monks, so I like to try to focus on getting them taken care of. For obvious healing enemy reasons. Excuse me. Oh, I need to get my stuff back up. Something I don't enjoy about playing an Elementalist is the amount of time you have to spend recasting your enchantments in order to be able to have any amount of energy. I have strong thoughts on the design of the Elementalist profession, and I wish it was not so enchantment reliant, like enchantment heavy, for managing itself energy wise.
Who sent you?
Bring it. Refresh all of these, and then the fight will be over.
Why are you here?
11 kills. Yeah, not particularly impressive. There's an Aurochs boss around here somewhere with Wounding Strike, by the way. I could take him down for, yeah, Asterius the Mighty over there. Or, looks like it's coming this way, in fact. For some additional reputation points. I get some good value out of my eruption by blinding a bunch of enemies. Ooh, and taking out the boss also recharged my eruption, which is pretty sweet. Maybe I should do Glyph of Renewal eruption. That could be fun. Give it a 10-second recharge. Do we have an Aurochs around here? No, it's just a bunch of like these Wendigos and things. This is turning into quite the fight. I feel like there's a bunch of patrols here that have all decided they wanted to like wander into my area. Oh, there's a little bit of a late eruption. This character unfortunately won't have glowstone because I haven't been to Nightfall in any sort of meaningful sense, which is a little unfortunate. Provide an additional means of energy management. Do I have... No glowing gaze. No shock arrow. Yeah, I don't have any of those alternate energy management aiding skills. Elementalist design is extremely reliant on a couple of skills, unfortunately, in order to manage your energy, which kind of locks up your bar a lot. I really wish it hadn't been designed that way, but it is, so just gotta deal with that fact. These guys are all over the freaking place. I mean, we're holding our own just fine, but... I need to make sure I don't overexhaust or overcast my bar. Yeah. They certainly will. I do really like my obsidian flame though. Oh my, I let my elemental attunement wear off. Nah. Frankly, I would be happy if elemental attunement were just a maintained enchantment so I never had to worry about recasting it. Like, losing 1 energy regen is more than made up for by the amount of gain that you get from it, and forgetting that it's... yeah. Worn off is a huge detriment. Jotun are kind of nasty, but I think we shouldn't have too much problem with them. Also, I've never had this sort of map before in Eye of the North. I just want to point that out. I really don't need that. This makes your spells take twice as long to cast, which is really annoying. Only the Jotun Skull Smasher have Giant Stomp, by the way. The other ones do not. Also, heroes and stuff will not automatically target something you're casting against, only something you're actively fighting, which can be a little annoying as an elementalist. Like, you, in general, actually, you need to call targets if you want them to focus. Good old Yeti Smash. They use skills from all of the campaigns here. Okay, add an Oak Smasher. What you got going for me?
Are you hunting something? Are you hunting something?
20 Norn reputation points. A baby Norn could do better with only 43 kills. They like to insult you. Up until, like, you have vanquished the entire zone. Pretty high before they are like, you have actually managed to impress me. We are now in the Verdant Cascades. It is an explorable area. And here we have our Purifier crew member.
Why are you bothering me?
Gracious, you startled me. I was looking over the plans for a scent-cleaning aromatic. We, Asura, have very sensitive noses. It's hard to work here, what with all the smells from these monsters. Why don't you give us a hand and get rid of them and their stench? I'll even give you a little something to help in that task. Do you agree? Sure, I was going to do that anyway. I don't work for anyone shorter than my kneecaps. I mean, it's not that short. There's a few things in this map. Most notable in this map is Slaver's Exile, which is an extremely, like, it's a late game dungeon anyway. I'm not sure if you have to beat the campaign to be able to do it, but yeah, it requires you to get real late. I think you might have to. But regardless, it is a very difficult dungeon. I want to do most of the dungeons, but in this playthrough, but I don't know that I'm going to do that one. Maybe in a special episode at the end with the viewers or something, if people are interested. That's just down in here. But for now, we want to go across. There will be a quest with a racing Norn that will, as in racing, not scandalous or whatever, that we will, that I'll want to be doing. But first, I'm going to grab the outpost that's on the other side of this map next to where he is. Let's drink some water. Can you think of anything more horrific than a line of Wind Riders?
Why are you bothering me?
I don't know. Did I not? Oh, soothing images, eh? Will I? Nope. Nope. No. Nope. Just no. Just no to everything. Hey, that got off. How about an eruption? Hey, that got off too. Earthquake? I got an earthquake off. Well, that's some sort of minor miracle. I'm not sure what elite that guy has. You can get migraine up here off of some odd Mesmer boss. I don't know if Wilderm Wrathspew is one of them or not, but potentially useful. If you want, be able to inflict enemies with migraine. Here we have a bunch of Skelk. Probably gonna fight in this group here. Reapers are assassins. Easily dealt with. They're pretty fragile. They also have some warriors, I think maybe 2 types of necromancers, as well as some monks that are like smiting monks with withdraw hexes, so hexes can be kind of bad against them sometimes. This is not like the most straightforward zone to navigate. I could have gone up that way. There's just kind of like these large chunks of rock. Very evening sky, though. So that's kind of fun. Let's head back up this way. Skelk's Gorger are the monks that I was talking about. Excuse me. Well, let's prepare for battle. Prepare for trouble. And make it double attunements. Malaise. That's an interesting choice. Malaise gives you a little bit of energy regen, but the caster suffers a little bit of health regen. It's much more of a PvP skill than it is a PvE skill. I guess it can be part of like a anti-energy. I mean, it's an anti-energy skill, but I suppose it could be part of like an anti-energy like damage build because it does trigger additional damage if the target has no energy. He's back up. Yeah. 53 damage and Malaise ends. As it is, it just doesn't do a whole lot to me, but... And these guys have some Divine Favor healing. I find it interesting that there's a flame pattern on the bottom of my boots. I keep seeing as I walk along. Yeah, there's Ulfar Leadfoot. He wants to challenge us to a foot race. I'm more than happy to do so once I have gone inside the outpost over here. The Umbral Grotto.
You need me?
I think I might switch to have an increased move speed skill. Before I do that. I can go to air magic, and that'll give me windborne speed for a few seconds anyway. I can just drop on sprint, which is not terrible either. Let's go ahead and switch to air magic. Boy, I need some stronger mods on some of these staves. Okay. Let's just go ahead and drop that. Bring Glyph of Lesser. I want Windborne Speed. I actually really quite like the Lightning Surge Lightning Orb combo. I think I'm going to roll with that. Windborne Speed, Air Attunement. Yeah, that's fine. And then Chain Lightning for some Overcast with, I guess Arc Lightning for some more area of effectiveness. I know I'm kind of overlapping with Vec functionality-wise, but I think that's fine. I don't need whatever this Jotun Rags is salvaging to. I'll salvage this. The rest of the stuff, though, can go away. Some merchants and stuff. Of course, Deep Runner's quest is not happening anytime imminently. It requires you to get a bunch of random drops throughout the world, so a bit challenging. We'll look at some of the other stuff in here in a moment. I want to go race that one, Norn. Also, Olafstead, I think I might read once I get back to... Yeah, okay, we'll worry about that stuff when we get to Norn territories that we're doing. It is interesting to start with the Asura, let me say that much. This is, by the way, the Deldrimmer Air Staff.
Oh, great. Another buka.
Have you heard? Our crew is making a scent-cleaning aromatic to help with this horrible stench. Oh, what do you mean, a what stench? Monsters, of course, and unwashed bukas. If you could kill a lot of those monsters, we could start to attune the components we already have. Do it, and I'll even provide a little advantage to assist you. It smells like... Actually, I don't know what that smells like. Greetings, Moa Legs! I suppose you're wondering what the likes of me is doing this far from my home, correct? Get over here and challenge me to a race, he says. Training, of course. The thick air in the lower lands is a welcome change of pace. It's almost intoxicating. What better way to run rounds than swimming in the glorious vapors of the gods? And no matter that I see two of you, sometimes three, I'll still cross the finish line faster than you can say large ladies level for a leadfoot. Ha! So, are you ready to race? These bunions are killing me. Get used to swallowing my dust. Yeehaw. What's the matter? Got rocks in your backpack? Well, there is a Moa bird over there. I don't know what his move speed is. I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to beat him or not. Or what that's worth as well. By the bear, can you move any slower? I mean, yes, I can. Watch your step, saith he. Har, nobody beats Ulfar Leadfoot. Nobody. Right, well, apparently I'm not going to be beating him, because, like, you certainly can. I'm pretty sure he's beatable, but, like, let's just say I don't have the skills necessary to do that just yet. Something like I'm unstoppable in the last part, and, like, other things that allow you to be able to have ridiculous move speed bonuses and stuff. Sometime I'm going to turn in befriending the Luxons on this guy, but we're not going to worry about that until later. I just keep seeing it completed in my inventory because I have a bit of Vloxen faction. And it's taunting me. Okay, so let's go ahead and read about Umbral Grotto. Tucked beneath the dark granites of the mountain fastness, the Umbral Grotto is a lurking place for those who wish to keep their activities shrouded in shadow. The caverns beneath are overrun with stone summit dwarves from the southern Shiverpeaks, making the grotto a dangerous place to wander. Grolhammer Silverfist over here. Just wanting to do Polymach. It says, who wants to lose at a game of Polymach? Step right up and get your backside handed to you. Hold back your tears long enough to marvel at my one-of-a-kind pieces. Guaranteed to brighten your day. Well, I would like to not play him in a game of Polymach right now because I don't have any Polymach pieces. But we will talk to a certain Chorus Deep Runner here. It says, I don't care about kings and destroyers and the like. The question is, are you up to the challenge of finding the lost pieces of this treasure map? They have to be in the mountains somewhere, but I don't know where to look. Bring each map fragment to me, and we'll see if we can't solve this little puzzle, eh? It gives you Drunken Master, 15,000 experience points, 1,500 dwarf reputation points. We'll see if I get all of the pieces during the playthrough. If we don't, I have all of them in my Shunlai bank, so after we beat the campaign, I can come back here and turn in this quest. It's kind of unlikely that I'll get all of the pieces, like, during this playthrough, but we'll see. Those pieces of the treasure map are as good as found.
There is much to do.
Long ago, a human who came to Draknar's forge sold me the middle of a piece of what was an ancient map that led me here. After spending countless days researching the ancient Dwarven chronicles, I've come to believe this is a piece of the map to the great King Hundar's ancient lost treasure. If only I can find the other pieces of the map, I might be able to track down the treasure. So far, I've found 1 of 5 pieces. Well, tell me more about the first map piece you purchased. Well, all I've got here is a tiny middle section of the map, and no, I'm not going to let you see it and steal my treasure. My hope is the rest of the pieces are up here somewhere. If I can find them all, surely I can find King Hundar's treasure. So far, I found the following map pieces. Center map piece. So we can find the other pieces and turn them into him and slowly accumulate that. Something else that you'll notice is that Molinan right here has a special marker over his head. This is the dungeon quest marker. This guy will give us a dungeon quest. Dungeon quests will fill up our master dungeon guide with entries. There are 18 dungeons, as you can see. Only one of them is... You have to dip into a couple of them to be able to get around the world map. One of them is mandatory for the playthrough, but the others are not. I'm not quite sure the order in which I'm going to end up doing them, or like how promptly I'll be doing them. But you know what? I think it's not a bad idea to go ahead and just do this one now. Why not? I recently escaped from the most terrible of places. We were moved there after adventurers destroyed the Iron Forgeman in Sorrow's Furnace. Oh, okay. So, after Immerhill did that. Near here lies an excavation led by an evil necromancer named Belloc. The earthquakes tore open an ancient crypt where Belloc hopes to harness the power of an ancient lich. His taskmasters work my brothers till there are no more. Please, help us poor dredge reunite the proletariat and rise again in unstoppable numbers. You must free my people. Hi-ho, as off to revolt I go. This seems vaguely familiar and less vaguely painful. I'll pass. It is vaguely familiar. We did just do Sorrow's Furnace. So, on the channel. Well, let's go dredging the depths, shall we? We'll see how this goes with what I've accumulated as a team. I don't know what to expect doing this. But we'll find out. Let's put albino rats way off the map. Let's go ahead and grab our Beacon of Draknar. Maybe I don't need Windborne Speed, but it's probably helpful for Devona. Cave Ayahuasca. Interesting, there's a Spirit of Fury over there. Maybe I should have grabbed Conjure Air instead of Windborne Speed. That might not be bad. Ooh, there's an area map over here. Well, I guess it's fighting time. I still have 17 air magic, so those are pretty strong. Look at that sweet, sweet damage. This Fungal Bloom is being rather durable. Rather too durable, if you ask me. They have a ward against harm there, it looks like. Definitely going to help. There we go. Pressing a unit will now reveal important locations for this level. So this does lead back. Let's see. We need to free the dredge slaves by slaying Stone Summit taskmasters. Discover what the Stone Summit dwarves are searching for in the Vloxen Excavations. Oh, that sounds like a task for adventurers such as ourselves. So we will eventually need to come through here in order to be able to get to the next part of the Asuran territory. But dungeon first. That's what I've decided. Because why not, I say. It's nice to not have to care about blind. I wish I had Shock Arrow. I think I could potentially go get it in factions, but I don't want to mess around with that sort of nonsense. Yeah, now Daze is my mortal enemy. You are absolutely correct. Daze and enchantment stripping. Enchantment stripping is also my mortal enemy. It's just not as common. That's part of it. like, how often are you getting days? It's like, hardly at all. I guess there's some areas that have it, but... It's just not the... Compared to, like, that. That's probably... Corruptor here. Elementals shouldn't have energy... Shouldn't, like... Should have more energy management options, is really what it comes down to. Like, the fundamental problem of Elementalist is it just doesn't have enough energy management options. So you're stuck using these enchantments that are, like, on the one hand, kind of strong effects, but on the other hand, garbage skills in other ways. And it's just like... how many heroes are gonna die? Oh, okay. Even Ogden got crushed by it. Run for your lives! A little bit late there. What do you think? Yeah. It might need a bit of work. First of all, clearly it's like needs to start off with like Glyph of Duena or Glyph of Balthazar. You know, the appropriate deity. And then actually Glyph of Duena would be kind of sweet for the name of, like, a glyph that makes your air spells more efficient or whatever. Glyph of Balthazar, Glyph of Grenth, Glyph of Landru. Yeah, energy storage is associated with Lissa. I mean, Lissa. They do have Glyph of Lesser Energy. That's kind of your Glyph of Lissa. Beacon of Draknar, do you say anything to me? Ooh, the counter on the beacon space glows and shimmers, revealing the number 31. The light pulses, and you feel refreshed. I felt refreshed by that light. Hello, Kilgore Rachart. That's a heck of a name.
There is much to do.
Heroes, eh? So that means you travel around killing critters and taking their stuff, huh? Good. Just what I need. You see, I have some critters that need killing and stuff that needs taken. Skelk. That's what I'm talking about. I hate them beasties. They just need killing, I tell you. Bring me 5 Skelk fangs and I'll pay you for your troubles. You can get a dungeon map, which allows you to reveal locations on the current dungeon. A wooden longbow, a lesser Highlander blade, which is a stance sword. Karambits. A gold leaf defender, a jeweled chakram, bleached skull, golden chalice, a protective icon, and a restoration focus. The glyph's OP. They had to put it in energy storage and still abused by non-elementals in PvP. I mean, I was running it on my monks on Imrahil. Both of them had glyph of lesser energy. There's a bunch of dredge slaves down here. Take that, Chillblains. Oh, I got Chillblains. Yeah. There is that, at least. I agree. I don't think I have any lockpicks right now on this character. Probably not. I have too much stuff in my inventory. But, you know, that's just how it goes. Bull's Charge, eh? Well, that won't be relevant for quite some time. Have a lightning orb? Or not. You can also just not, I guess. This will lead over to Vlox's Falls, which is where I will eventually need to go, but I'm not going to worry about it until after I've done this dungeon. I could potentially go there and go into the dungeon, but I've had some dungeons not work if I don't go from the expected outpost, so I'm not going to go over there, just in case. Yeah. At least I don't have to worry about their other annoying enchantment. Or their annoying enchantment. The blocking one. Critical defenses. Lost Note. Last will and testament of Mullinen. If I do not escape to the verdant cascades, I leave my best pick to... So what that basically is doing is that's telling you where you can find the quest NPC. So this quest was given to us by Mullinen, who is, I believe, the collector that kept wanting enslavement stones in Star's Furnace, if I remember correctly. I don't think I care about a weak rat, so... I've hammered all over this land, says Devona. I don't know that you'd normally be coming in here this early. You can though. Like, just first thing, go to Eye of the North, stand around do the tutorial stuff there for ages. Then go from Eye of the North straight through the to Vlox's Falls and do that dungeon first. Yep, that's what this playthrough is being. Ooh, we've got some nasty sounding ooze over there. Aggressive ooze. Ooze Devourer. Yes, I hear your sound clip game. Do you have any other sound clips you may wish to employ? I think Devona has Earthshaker. I'm not sure though. I could check. I've got a point to make in his head for your eye. That's a threat and a half. Taskmaster Durgan. Okay, the game has clearly gone crazy and has decided we need to hear the same audio clip on repeat for our music, such as it is. Summit Healer. Hey! Combat music research itself. Excellent. I do love my air magic hitting really hard. Almost 150 damage is pretty sweet off of that, although I'm not going to get anywhere near that much on this. Dwarven Battle Stance, eh? That makes all attack skills interrupts, which is somewhat undesirable. Try to get rid of that other dude chasing this guy around off. Hey, we freed some slaves. That's cool. There we go. Give me this boss key. My inventory is full. Betrayed by a full inventory. It's weird. It doesn't actually take up an inventory slot. It just kind of requires one to pick up. Which is a little annoying. Oh, I guess we need to go this direction. Looks like there's a stone summit emblem collector over there. This way leads deeper into the dungeon. Oh, there's a bunch of dead dredge slaves. I'm not sure if I'd call them freed. But here we are. Not sure what just happened there. It's like it died to something and then all of their minions went hostile? That's very strange. Okay. Well, there's the portal. We don't actually need to defeat these guys then if the portal's open, so I'm not going to. I am, in fact, going to walk into the portal. The Vloxen Excavation's level 2. One of the things that you'll find is a lot of these maps have reused segments. They have several very large maps that they then put other elements into to kind of rearrange them and block off paths and kind of force you to go through them differently. But there are a limited number of maps that they have as like base maps to work from. So you will see a lot of recurring elements as you go through the dungeons. It's just a side effect of how they set it up. So that to say, we'll see areas that look like this later. Why my Uncle Stonecleaver's twiggy nose hairs? Master Gear. Well, I'm not thrilled to see that mechanic return, let me tell you. But I am happier to see it as a caster than I would be not on the caster. I guess I use this gearbox. This acid, of course, coming straight from Sorrow's Furnace. It's kind of interesting. I wasn't necessarily... Well, I distinctly wasn't necessarily... I distinctly was not having any sort of plans. So the fact that I'm doing this first is so close to Sorrow's Furnace and have it be so related is kind of neat. There's... Healer. Nasher, eh? Ogden, I don't know if this is going to help you or not, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. And Ivana, I'll give Windborne Speed to as well. I probably don't use Windborne Speed enough. Which might be an odd statement to say, but if you consider what it does, it speeds up an ally, and having skills that speed up allies like that. Wow, those daggers salvaged really poorly. Having stuff that speeds up allies' movement allows them to be able to get around and evade enemies better, but especially like melee attackers, allows them to be able to get into combat more effectively. Which has, needless to say, a good bit of benefit. I'm gonna go fight some chromatic drakes. Check out these giant mushrooms. Drakes? Why did it have to be drakes? I don't know, Self. But Indiana Jones references, I guess. Yeah, obsidian flesh. This is why I brought Devona. Stoneflesh aura plus obscene flesh. Ooh, good knockdown, Devona. You win some sort of points. I don't know what they are, but I don't know how many floors this dungeon has, as an aside. Okay, so it looks like there's a couple of spots where we're going to need to collect master gears in order to be able to open up gates. There are all these purple gates around. Not quite sure how it's going to be laid out, but we'll find out, won't we? Together. There's a cracked wall. There's a third. Okay, so we're going to ultimately need to get to this cracked wall with a powder keg, and we're going to need a dungeon key along the way. So this is one of the things that you'll see is like, okay, what routes are actually open to us? Like this maybe would be open in a different configuration of this map. Right. So they have different stuff to kind of mess with that. I should really be using Windborne Speed a little bit more proactively on Devona. Just like, here, Devona, run faster. Well, apparently they stripped it off her, but you get the idea. Nasher, I don't want you to be making so many minions, please. Ooh. Yeah, minion summoning is pretty sweet. Whoops, can't do that to Vac. Don't mind me, the game's just having to try to raycast for my cursor to try to figure out where I'm trying to click. It does not always get it right. In fact, it often gets it wrong. That's okay. Whiff of Lesser Energy is nice with attunements because it can help you really restock your energy with more expensive spells. Okay, give me that blob of ooze. How does Ogden and Gwen, how do they only have 9% morale boost? Well, everybody else is like, that I can see has 10. Good question, Self. Oozes can use Ooze Division to split into more ooze copies. They lose a bunch of their HP, but they get more copies, so, you know, that's potentially powerful. Okay, it looks like we got another gearbox up here. To make bone minions. How many different types of minions do you have? Bone minions are not particularly strong. Excuse me. Skull Corruptors I'm not thrilled by. What's off that direction? Maybe a path we can go. Okay, well, we're about to have a fight, so let's get us prepared for one. If I don't auto-attack, then I can't take extra damage from clumsiness. Okay, healer. Let's spike you down. Excellent. That'll make everything else die a lot more quickly. Well, I'm glad I gave Ogden 2 signets because seems he needs them. Wow, okay. Yeah. This is a lot of minions. Part of what happened here is we had two groups that just attack us back to back, which is obviously not great. There's also several Nashers in the group. I'm not looking forward to resurrecting at this shrine. Actually, I kind of like them spamming Taste of Death. It kills all the minions off, which makes our life a little bit easier. These rangers are being a real problem too, though. Okay, we should be able to clear these out now. Unfortunately, we've just gotten a lot of death penalty from this. Hello, MicroGW. Welcome. And yeah, a lot of Stone Summit just all on top us here, which has not been great for our health. We should be okay now. So, what are you doing all the way back there? I mean, I assume I want to go around this way, don't I? And after I had that big old fight. Zalnax is back! Run! Move, let's go! What's a Zalnax? We got some Panic Stone Summit. Well, I guess they can continue. Oh, Zalnax is a spider. Fascinating. This is kind of neat. I am playing with restrictions. So yes, they are not the most optimized bars because I have a limited pool of skills that I'm working with. So yes, they are wrong in the sense that they are not meta. I wonder where this gets used in other dungeons. It's kind of a neat area. Well, I guess I'm fighting a Zalnax here. Or some ooze. That works too. I mean, wrong is an incredibly ambiguous term, so... It's... What, Signet of Devotion? Signet of Devotion is 0 energy. So I am quite fond of that fact. I want to clear up some inventory space. Let's salvage a few things here. It's not really what I was hoping to get out of that. Oh, cool. I will have a use for dust later. Selling, to be clear. Okay, well, let's see what the Zalnax is like. Devona, run faster, please. Poison tip, eh? It doesn't trigger it because none of the signets trigger it. Divine Favor only triggers on spells. I would have liked a different, like a different option there, but my choices were somewhat limited. So, also sucks to be fighting a pile of rangers and an elementalist. Okay, this one's a paragon technically. Yeah, I agree. I could potentially have put like Glyph of Lesser Energy or something there. I don't know. Maybe I should rework his bar to bring some other things. Yeah, I don't know. My guess is that they wanted to limit how good it was or something. I don't know. I would love to like have long discussions about, okay, what was the... how were some of these things designed, but... yeah, I don't really have a good way of doing that. I wish there was an enchantment you could use in Air Magic to give your allies a block chance. It's like flavored as some sort of something or another. Actually, you know what would be kind of cool? Is if Windborne Speed gave the enchanted ally a chance to block attacks as well. Ooh, imagine if Windborne Speed was like, for 14 seconds, target ally moves 33% faster and has like a 50% chance to block attacks while moving. Or like attacks have a chance to miss them while moving, maybe? That could be kind of a cool variant way of doing that as well. I feel like this Skull Spear is going to be bones, and it was, which means I can pick up the Skelk Fang. I am working off of way too restrictive an inventory, but it's kind of hard to avoid without getting access to my Shunlight or selling a bunch of junk. What I should do is I should just sell a bunch of junk to the crafting materials, to the merchant, some traders and stuff, but anyway. Chillblains, Chillblains, Chillblains. Why? But if you're kiting something, it is actually quite useful. Although just running faster is usually good enough. Well, I guess that was an entire extraneous side path with an additional boss in it for no particular benefit, but here we are. Nah, I'm afraid it wouldn't count as moving. By strict game mechanics. The heck did I just get hit by? Rock Slide. Creatures caught in this rock slide take 140 damage. Alright then. The ceiling fell on me for 140 damage. Feel my whip, you worthless slug, says some boss here. We have a healer. There we go. Now let's go after this Mesmer boss, who is sure to be doing us a lot of pain. Aha! The Dredge are joining us in battle. And Ogden is attempting to accumulate death penalty, and I have no energy. I don't know what's going on, Ogden, but I'm giving you faster movement speed here. Whoa! I must hit that guy during a heal signet. Yeah, that'd be nice. Vocal Slogalon is a weird skill. These have a pretty close range, but they also don't want you activating them through the doors. 91 enemies slain. Ooh, excellent. Okay, so judging by the way things are laid out on the map, I imagine we'll have to go up here to get through here, and then pop this dungeon key to get there, to get one of those to get there, and then down to the level 3 direction. It's impossible to pick out which is in which group. There's a healer, though. Oh, crying out. Lena does have Zealous Benediction, so there's that. We've just got so much melee pressure on our line here. I really need to get these guys taken care of as well. And these guys are the Nashers. Oh my goodness, these Rangers are just freaking tearing me apart. Boy, I'm not too surprised. These dungeons are like supposed to be harder content, so and I really should not have Windborne speed on my bar. I had left it there from trying to race the one dude. And we aggroed 2 groups there, which was unfortunate. Although I feel like we did a reasonable job for aggroing 2 groups, for whatever that's worth. What's with these rats? Hey, 20 armor. I'll take temporary 20 armor. That'll help my durability a lot. Yeah, that worked pretty well. I want this to be a lightning strike. I don't know. What do I do with this? Salvage that to some wood. Pick this up. Salvage it to some more wood. Yeah, I need to spend a moment, like, clearing out a lot of this guy's inventory. How am I already up at +4 morale? I don't get what's going on with that. Is it like at the 25 marks? Does my team get like a morale boost or something? I don't know. That tree looks cool. This is probably going to get really ugly. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to like fight these without aggroing way too much. This is ridiculous. I need my earth magic here. Okay, yeah. If we don't wipe here, I'll be shocked. Wow, and Vec's already out of energy. Why are cast times so long as an elementalist? Okay, yeah, that was my fault for aggroing way too much stuff at once. I needed to pick a better approach. Unfortunately, that's kind of what I get for bringing Nirvana as well. Oh, are you crying? Well, Okay, so now we've run into another issue, which is that area where we just died is really close to over here. Our other resurrection shrine was down here, so this was a closer resurrection shrine as the, I don't know, the dredge tunnels. But unfortunately, that is extremely far away from the actual path through the area. So now I have to, like, I really, really wish resurrection shrine locations were chosen by the one closest by pathing. Like if you just take a raw path, never mind fog or any of that sort of stuff, but if you just took the raw path of like, okay, like shadow step pathing, which is the closest one that way, not the... But here we are. We're gonna have to wander. Not a whole lot to look at in my inventory. That was supremely, like... I understand exactly why that happened, and I really wish it hadn't. Sort of mood. Hmm. 5-second casting time spell is seldom twice as effective as a 2-second casting time spell. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just meteor shower, but I know what you mean. It was mostly just like I was trying to get my lightning orbs off, and I was not successful. Hello, Prometh. No more than 3 heroes. Yep, can't. Yep. Looking forward to getting some hero skill points. Where am I at in my dwarven title? Oh, I'm at 709 points already. That's kind of cool. Okay, this is a spot where I really want to try to avoid wiping, so that way it doesn't send me to the freaking resurrection shrine next to over here, where I have to like do this ginormous U. Like what I wanted to do is I wanted to kill the rangers up there, so that way they couldn't snipe me from above, but I was not entirely successful in that endeavor, and now I'm having to deal with what's going on with these groups here. Let me grab your attention. Back up. Too freaking late. No, not Vec. Give me a target. Target a thing. Okay, whatever. We're wiping really hard here again, because... I needed to... I was trying to aggro one group, but Devona ran in and just aggroed everything. So I would need to... oh, boy. And then this puts us back here again. Like, this isn't hopeless, but I do need to try to approach that better, and part of approaching it better is trying to make sure Devona doesn't run in and get us aggroed on all the things. I think Lena does have Prot Spirit, so that'll help. But she only gets so many copies of that, and like Ogden and Vec are trying real hard to be 55 monks right now. Or 55ers right now. And I mean, I could help them the rest of the way. I have that Cesta, but let's just say their durability makes something to be desired. And then the other thing that's really obnoxious here is because this resurrection shrine is mathematically closer instead of geographically closer, it dumps us over to that resurrection shrine when we wipe there. So then I have to walk all the way around this friggin' map, which is... Like, I understand what they're doing with the design, that's fine, but I really wish that they could change the algorithm for resurrection shrines to not do that. Be like, oh yeah, this one's the one that's actually closest to the location you're at. Because I can't walk through walls for some reason. So... Okay, so how do I want to do this? I might want to just try flagging my party back a little bit. Unfortunately, I can't tell Lena to drop a Prot Spirit on me. That would be really convenient. Hello, Mantis for the win. Welcome. Right now, I'm just trying to do the quest for this dungeon. part of all quests, if you ask me. Or most quests. Like I said earlier, Slaver's Exile is maybe being reserved for a touch bit later. Okay, how does this group function? I really like that tree with the light on it, by the way. I think that's really cool looking. Okay, so that group kind of splits up. If I flag back here... Can I pull a smaller portion back to my party? I'm hoping so. We are at a somewhat disadvantageous location, but... Okay, well, we at least didn't get the Rangers. Nah, I want to get the Nasher down. Hey, Mana Guy. Welcome back. I'm just over here busy resurrecting far, far away. Because this resurrection shrine is really close to this spot. So of course this is the one that I'm resurrecting at. I'm very annoyed by this sort of thing. There's not a whole lot I can do about it, but the resurrection shrine is just the fact that it's just mathematically closest to this one, but geographically closest to this one, and it's just like it feels really annoying to be like, oh, and now you have this ginormous walk because we're putting you at a further back resurrection shrine just because of the layout. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that was really similar to Sorrow's Furnace. Like, there's even the gears and stuff. Probably better rewards. But right now I'm just having to contend with this enormous horde of Stone Summit and getting wrecked by it. Well, let's identify this bow. Too much information. It's not very good. I wasn't really expecting anything else, though. I mean, Sorrow's Furnace is way more experience points, for whatever that counts. I could go for more experience points right now. It's like, okay, this is a closer resurrection shrine, but it doesn't want to take me back there. That's not how their algorithm works. Oh well. What you gonna do? I like the reflections in the water. I really wish this was more separatable. I'm just gonna rush these Rangers. So if I can stop them from getting us, that would be great help. The lesson you learned is that AoE is very effective in here. Yeah, I could definitely stand to have more AoE. Part of it too is these Nashers keep making minions. I have too much Air Elementalist. Oh my goodness, look at the sheer number of carvers down there. This is ridiculous. Okay, well. We cleared out the Rangers. That's going to be a help. They're no longer... Those ones up here are no longer going to be able to pelt us. That is so many freaking carvers. Just, like, the thing is, I don't necessarily mind doing death runs like this, where it's like, okay, I shave off a few enemies at a time. The real problem that I have here is that the resurrection shrine it resurrects me at is so far away. It's like, there's another one just over there, but I can't walk over there. I have to get this master gear first. And then that one should be close enough that I'm not going to get dumped all the way back here. So it's just like, I need to get through this section. And then I can continue on. Definitely makes me want to change up some of my bars, though. Ogden in particular, I want better energy management on. Maybe I'll switch him over to like a Divine Boon prot sort of bar. A prot boon. Yeah, I can do something like that with like Magic of Recall or Energy Drain. You can really see Gwen's Survivor Insignia right now. Benefiting her. I'm taking the long way around. Did I walk from Umbral Grotto? I started from Umbral Grotto, yes. What I ended up doing is I went to Eye of the North and Olafstead, Verdant Cascades to Umbral Grotto. I rolled, so I basically asked chat of like, okay, which side should I do first? And Fear, if I remember correctly, was like, roll a die for it. So I grabbed a cube of dice and rolled one and got Asura first. So I'm making my way to Asura territory, but I just kind of ended up here. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it... Because there's some dungeons where if you don't go from a certain outpost, it doesn't work properly, and I wasn't sure if that would be the case with this one or not. So I just was playing it safe. And going from Umbral Grotto. It's not a huge difference. Oh my goodness, that Nasher has so many minions. That's part of what makes this group look so big, is that Nasher just has a ludicrous quantity of minions. Okay, there we go. That'll help a lot. Now the minions are going to aggro everything. I could really go for an alive Vec right about now. Well. Here's that again. At least we don't have minions this time to deal with. I think I should be able to complete the dungeon even at like ludicrous DP like this, I think. At least I am sunk cost fallacy into it for the moment. It would have been so much quicker to turn around if I did not keep resurrecting at that resurrection shrine. It's very irritating to keep going from that resurrection shrine. I'm probably switching over to like Fire Dual-Attune or something. What do I even have here? Energy Boon, Ether Prodigy, Ether Renewal. I have Mind Burn. Yeah, no, I just wish I could be dropping a Rod Quartz on him. You know? I know, right? Don't you just love 100 HP? Oh yeah, I recognize I'm very sunk cost fallacy. It's like, I'm this far in. I'm almost there. It's the sort of thing where if I had like a Power Stone of Courage, it would be no problem, but I don't, so here we are. I really wish that Resurrection Shrine worked better. Yeah, like, is that group part of the same group? I can't really tell. Theoretically, Vex Thunderclap should help mitigate damage from these guys by giving them weakness. Lena needs all the blood rituals she can get, though, because we really need her full of energy for... dropping them thunderclaps. Or prosperates. Okay, now we just need to get through this gatekeeper over here. Nasher is probably the highest priority target. Wow. And she's just been R-spiked like crazy. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Or, yeah, there's all sorts of things like that. Let's just salvage the Skull Fang and this bow. Give me the crafting materials. Yes, I don't care about the magical components. They're not very good. Give me that stealing. Wow, that thing is huge. Okay. But where's... Oh, there's the Master Gear. Like, where's the Master Gear, though? Okay. Beacon of Draknor. Well, the good news is we should be done with those ridiculous runbacks because we have this Beacon of Draknor right here. 60 dwarf reputation points, though. Ah, there's Belloc. Fight back, Dredge! We are here to release you from your dwarven bondage. Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see what you're saying there. Hey, we got some goodies for taking out Belloc. Where's the other healer? There they are. I need my dwarven healer back up, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah, you do get a nice meaty morale boost there from that. Oh yeah, I got him during his healing segment with my thing. Lena does have a resurrect, so if she's able to pull out of this, we'll be fine. No, enchanting Zoe is probably not optimal there because it makes her thing take longer. Her self-heal. Slaves freed. Hooray. And I can get this dungeon key. Please let us not have to fight another group here. We're having to fight another group here. Okay, where's the Nasher? We got a healer back in there too, which is not great. Okay. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. There we go. Okay, Dredge Slave, what do you say? Thank you for saving me. Wait, you must listen. We were not forced to dig for gold or gems. These dwarves want something far more valuable than mere ore, and they will continue to mine despite your small victory. They are obsessed with, or perhaps possessed by, a malignant force that lies beneath. It promises power, but only delivers pain and suffering. Please, if you are willing, obtain Taskmaster Kurg's key and open the powder room to the northeast. Inside, you'll find powder kegs you can use to access Zoldark's tomb. We've dug deep enough that a powder keg should be able to blast through the weakened walls. You must defeat the evil below, or we shall be enslaved forever. I don't have you move like a dwarf, unfortunately, but it would be accurate. They do move like dwarves. Let's see. I need to go this way. Hey, look, I'm down to 42% death penalty. Or up to? Is that down or up? Which way do you think it is? Oh, boy. More large groups of enemies. Contemplation of Purity. It's a spicy choice. Yeah. These Nashers are no joke and need to go down. Yes! Lightning Surge got there. And it's right next to the Resurrection Shrine, so I don't have to walk freaking halfway across the map in order to get back. At 57, but, you know, whatever. I don't know how well we're going to do against Zoldark. It's probably going to be all kinds ugly, but whatever. Okay, hard to predict where that's going to go. I kind of want to take out these carvers, though, because I don't really want them getting in my backline here. Well, for what it's worth, I am running all 3 heroes that I currently have on this guy, so... Healer. I want the healer. There we go. There we go. That's down. Nasher. Good. Other Nasher. Okay, well that didn't work, but I tried. We actually cleared them out pretty well. And they're a bit distracted by minions at the moment. I don't think we're recovering from this, but... yeah. Lena has a resurrect, so it's not respawning us. Probably. I agree. I agree, Mana Guy. The thing is, but like part of the idea here is that I want to experience what the henchmen are like and have to offer as well, and I want to spend some time playing with them. And also just like when the games first came out, you could only do the 3 heroes. But yeah, they probably have skills that this character doesn't have available to them. Actually, I'm pretty sure Sin's Mind Blast is totally a skill, and I don't think I have Broadhead Arrow either, although I'd have to check. Wait, did I go the right way? No, I did not decidedly go the right way at all. I need to go through the big open doors, self. So unfortunately, you're going to have to lose respect for the challenge. I mean, the challenge is that these guys have set skill bars, and I can't tweak them. How's that? Sage, I guess? Wow, cleave for 105. That's a lot. So it needs to be my priority target here. I was trying to target the Sage. I needed to actually call the Sage, though, if I wanted that to happen. Yeah, backbreaker that Sage. There we go. I mean, I guess while you're over here... Yeah, they were. And then the 7 hero update came out and nobody did anything with henchmen anymore. Factions was rough, by the way. Faction, like, certain areas of prophecies were also really rough with henchmen. The Crystal Desert was really, really painful with henchmen. And then I don't really care which one I target first here. We need to congregate our efforts, I guess. Coordinate our efforts. Oh yeah, for sure. Then factions had some really difficult parts. The Jade Sea just has worse henchmen than the Akvald Forests. It's just an unfortunate reality of the situation. Okay, where do I need these powder kegs? Straight down. Straight down the middle. Oh man. This staff gives me plus 60 HP, and not having access to that HP because I put the staff away is kind of rough. There's Belloc. That was the guy that we're initially told about. There's the cracked wall we need to blow up. Yeah, Wick is substantially more dangerous. I do want to do like Warren Kryda and stuff, but I'm not going to use the exclamation mark run restrictions. And Winds of Change as well. I feel like I'm going to be ambushed by Incubi along here for some reason. Just feels like the sort of spot to expect them. Okay, apparently not. Yeah, I don't want to try to do Warren Kryda or Winds of Change with henchmen. Those both sound miserable. My goodness. What do you do when your heroes get one shot? Hey, morale boosts. That's welcome. I mean, Ogden is still dying very quickly, but... I know, I did pronounce it Wick instead of Warren Kryda. Oh my goodness, you guys are getting wrecked by a trap. Come on. There's a lever over there. Do I need to activate the lever? Yeah, Gwen wanted to fight the door. Yeah, she's stuck in a dungeon fighting dwarves. What the heck? Why is this smoke element? Oh, it's like a geyser thing. Okay. Very bizarre. Yeah, I should get her a chance to fight them soon enough. Oh my goodness. Dervishes are so deadly. When everybody has 100 HP, they just walk up. They're like, we're level 28. Herp-de-derp. What are you gonna do? Guild Wars Beyond Wick. I don't think these Ancient Cavaliers have stand back up shot at least. I don't know why there's a lever there. This door's just open. Oh man, yeah. Just inbuilt mod there. That'd be kind of cool. Beacon of Draknor. Oh yeah, I can go talk to Kodan now. Oh, okay, so Kodan runs all the way there. Because Kodan was also in the opening area with Vec and Ogden. Okay, I don't know what the best way of going through here is. Whatever, we'll just kind of go here and be glad that the group sizes are generally somewhat small. Or just give Gwen, I mean, she gets access to Rebel Yell when you do. So I guess there's that. We're about to enter combat, and what does Devona decide to do but start boogieing? Yeah, this is the prime moment to start dancing. Clearly. Actually, you know what? It's a fantastic moment to start dancing because I need to take a short break. So let's go ahead and have a dance party here, shall we? Hopefully no wandering patrols come in and kill my party, because that would suck. I will be back in just a moment. Just a couple minutes. So, BRB. Hello, I'm back. Not the ads. Okay. Can I go around to the other side and get that group that's moving back and forth? I hope so. That'd be nice. It's moments like these that I'm really glad I have this staff with plus 60 HP. You know what? I can just go this way, and I don't even need to worry about it. Although taking out these guys is going to be worth a good bit of experience, which might shave off a death penalty or two. So maybe I do need to take them down. Or would be benefited by doing so. I see. Some serious delay, we have an ancient tomb carver. Ancient statue is an assassin. Huh. Okay, let's get this ancient cavalier maybe. Hey, Ancient Blade Master, should you maybe stop doing things? Thanks, that would be great. Ah, inventory, why must you constantly torment me with being full? Okay, where's this undead bone? It's because I have too much random junk in it, is the real answer to that question. Anybody who was wanting one. Hey, I found an area map. This area is actually really cool looking. The dungeon maps have some really neat stuff going on. Ugh. Some of us are losing death penalty, and others of us are gaining it. This does not feel like a very balanced situation in that regard, in terms of my outcomes being even. Wow, okay. This is just sad. Cool. I agree, Dead on Stick. I don't know why they made them so freaking expensive. Here's something else to grind for. Why? I don't know. These patrols respawn after a while, don't they? At least some of them, because I'm pretty sure we killed this group already. Guess. I feel like it's the sort of thing where I would have put them at like a silver. Yeah, it's a quality of life edition. It shouldn't be like, if you want to make them cost Zaishan coins, put them at like a silver Zaishan coin or something. Like, I don't hate them costing Z coins, but just like 5 more inventory spots. I mean, you're not wrong. It is something to strive for. I just. I mean, 5 gold is more reasonable than 10, but I still would argue it's too much. This Blade Master needs to go down. Boy, this Ancient Effigy definitely needs to go down. Thank you for the Prot Spirit. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess we're fighting these guys now. It's fine. I just want the area map so I can know where I'm going. I think it's this way, though. Oh, I have to go all the way up there for the friggin', yeah, okay. Most obby armor is kind of ugly. The only obby armor that I particularly like is... Oh, hang on. Is Warrior Female. Yeah, I agree. Zayri is absolutely something to strive for. Yeah, I think that the expanded inventory slots are way too expensive. They're like 10 gold coins, and it's just like they should not be 10 gold coins. But I feel like I don't know. I feel like Zaishan keys are also overpriced at a gold coin, given the sort of stuff that comes out of the chest most of the time. Like, I could see them being fine if they were... This is part of the problem that I have going on right now, is Lena is spending all of her time resurrecting things instead of putting Prot Spirit on people. I need to do something about this ancient statue. Now that I need her to drop some reses. I hope you're targeting Gwen. Vec works. Vec, I hope you're targeting Gwen. Good. That's some weird delay. Such a nod to the Tomb Guardian. I really wish I could be specifying the use of Prot Spirit, but whatever. These things are still like level 24, but we can spike down the boss. There we go. Vow of Silence. What am I supposed to do about that? There's one without an enchantment. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop those and grab this scroll. Give me more experience points from killing these things, please. Now these things have respawned because that's how this dungeon works, apparently. I feel like a silver coin for the... Like, somewhere like 1 to 5 silver coins. I don't know. Like, it would be cool to be able to unlock Menlo et al. As heroes for gold coins. That would be something to strive for. Yeah, like I feel like silver a silver coin is a reasonable price for them. Okay, well, we're surviving that a little bit better. The scroll's gonna wear off, but it got rid of a little bit of death penalty. Death penalty wears off with experience points, so getting double experience, it makes death penalty wear off faster. Excellent! You're just in time to feed my children. Does Zoldark the Unholy? I don't know how much Runes of Holding are actually priced at. Like, our goal here is to kill Zoldark, but he keeps, like, putting stuff on his minions, so you kind of need to take them out, but they also get respawned. This is a bit of a mess, is what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. And he redirects damage to his minions, too. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what a good price would be, but I think a couple silver is probably reasonable. Yeah, I think we should be able to slowly take him down. Emphasis on slow. Does redirect damage to the minions, which is really annoying. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, the thing is, it's just a matter of, like, okay, what's affordable? We're just going to be doing a bunch of death runs on this guy. It's just kind of unavoidable. These bosses, as far as I know, don't regenerate HP, so we can slowly but surely whittle him down by just dropping damage on him. As long as we're just cycling damage, we'll eventually get there. Yeah, and then it's an additional 10 for the 20 slot bag. The prices are not linear. It's not 1-to-1. Is the thing. And we're talking belt pouch plus 2 bags. That's 3 runes. So that's quite a lot. I don't know if this guy just has a lot of armor or if he just directs most of his damage. Oh. Interesting. We're slowly whittling him down. The thing is, like, gold coins are a massive grind to get quantities of. It's like the stuff that you can get from the Zeischen chest, for example, is mostly garbage, or not garbage, but it's mostly like creme brulees and stuff. Where it's like, is this really worth what it requires of you to be able to get all those things? Well, I feel like the Zeischen chest is a bit of a ripoff if you aren't going for the Zeischen title track. I don't know. Like, the thing is, I don't want it to be worth gold coins at all. I want it to be worth just gold, but... You know, make them 5 to 10 platinum. Rather than Zeischen coins in the first place, if you ask me, but... We are slowly whittling this guy down. I wish it was less slow. But here we are. You know, I'm going to drop that on Devona. Yeah, he drops Master of Necromancy and his health jumps way up because it goes up for each minion. He'll probably end up, like, dying between fights. Yeah, just depending upon the player economy's valuation. I get you. Yeah, and minions get all tanky. I want to dump as much damage into this guy as I can. Oh boy, this is very slow. I mean, I guess 10k is already quite a lot for an extra 5 slots in my opinion. Yeah, I'd generally agree, but like, but the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, how should the economy be balanced anyway? That's 15 seconds. That's 15. 15. That's 12 seconds, so that should go off semi-regularly. It was one of those things where I was really excited when they talked about adding the runes, the superior runes of holding, and then when I figured out how much they cost, I was no longer excited about it. I was just frustrated. Because I feel like so much inventory stuff is locked away behind those. And it's just kind of tedious. Yeah, and envoy weapons are like a good thing to strive for as well. The thing is, like, how much money do you actually feel like you need, right? Well, the thing is, players want Z coins for the Zeischen title track and as a secondary currency. But like, making weapon mods, something that you can buy with copper coins, for example, would help improve the relative value. There's different ways to go about it. That's what I'm saying. Hey, got there. Well, I'm probably not hanging on to some of these things. Just not sure what yet. What do I get? I got a Summit Warlord shield. Well, let's not hang on to these Dwarven robes. Okay. Well, that took entirely too much death, but I got there. Took out Zoldark's chest, and now my Master Dungeon Guide reads Vloxen Excavations. Sorrow's Furnace was not the only place where the evil Stone Summit had pressed the Dredge into forced labor. Deep within the Vloxen Excavations, Dredge toiled away under the watchful eye of their Stone Summit taskmasters. On the surface, this dig appeared as yet another ore mining operation, but clues hinted that the Stone Summit had uncovered unspeakable horrors. They were using slaves to excavate this ancient evil. With the help of some escapees, we confronted this horrific presence and stopped the Stone Summit's wicked plans. All right. Well, I'm not going to wait here. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sword Plasma. Ooh. Sword Plasma sounds exciting. The shield skin? Mana guy? It has max like a rolling stone. It's tactics. Okay, let's go turn this into Molinin. Thank you! You've struck a great blow for the Militariat hero, and perhaps I'll include you in my next manifesto. And that's 1.5 platinum, which is more raw platinum. Interesting. Maybe I should hang on to it then. Let's actually take a quick stop back in the Eye of the North so I can sell some stuff. I mean, it's the sort of thing where I'd be happy to sell them, but...
What news?
Take this steel ingot, please. And frankly, have these bolts of silk, too. And I don't think I have much use for rolls of parchment. They're easy to craft if I need more. Yeah, these are down to base value, but whatever. Yeah, the market is annoying to try to interface with. Is my personal experience. Material trader.
What news?
What are you giving me for dust? Okay, 130. It's fine. It's a little bit more. I mean, if somebody wants to try selling this Rec 10 Tactics shield with a Rolling Stone, they are welcome to. Yeah, okay. These can be sold for no particular downside. I guess I'll hang on to it for the moment. Oh yeah, what rune did I get? Blessed. Okay. That has got some value to it, so I will sell that as well.
What news?
How much is minor water anyway? I don't need this blessed insignia. Where is the merchant? Over here. Marianne, I've got some stuff for you.
Are you still here?
It's a Rec 9 Tactics shield with a max, like a Rolling Stone inscription. Okay, for now, let's get myself to the next phase. Interesting. Interesting that people like the summit